Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are tonight's entertainment. I hope everybody's having a good Friday night. Let's fucking go. All right. We got some newcomers that actually haven't been on Project VO Pod as of yet, but I have met every single one of the panelists today, and of course, we are going hard on the Charlie Kirk situation because I am in the perspective that I do not want to let this particular story die out so quickly, because I do feel like this is one of the most important things that we need to remember, especially a year from now, 2 years from now, and even leading into the election, you know. But with that being said, I will be introducing my the panelists here. As you guys know who Mel is. Been on here multiple occasions. Good to see you, Mel.
Hello.
There you go. Tyler, good to see you as well. And of course, the Indian Jesus.
What's going on,
guys? Your first time here on Project VO Pod, bro. I've, I saw your content like maybe over a year ago. I remember running into you on YouTube, and I saw a couple of your stuff, man. So I've always kind of kept an eye out on you. So now finally, you're here on VO Pod, man. So good to have you on.
Appreciate it. Glad to be here.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. All right, guys. Well, with that being said, I want to kind of get into this discussion here. But first and foremost, I don't know anybody's opinions when it comes to Charlie Kirk. In other words, like my first question, I guess, and I want to kind of pass it down to the panel one at a time before we start stimulating the conversation is, who's really to blame for this particular situation with Charlie Kirk, and who's to blame, and what's the move going forward from here on out, guys? I mean, this is a question that's kind of been debated time and time again here online for the past since it happened. So I want to kind of get everybody's opinion, everybody's stats on this. We'll start with Indian Jesus. We'll go from left to right, and then we can open it up.
Yes, I mean, I don't necessarily think that blame is the best way to be framing all of this, but it's very clearly an underground memes over politics culture that created this opportunity for somebody to get the ultimate troll. If we are putting it in a left-right paradigm, there's no question that the left has been significantly more violent and more cheering on violence and just vitriol in general, especially in the way that they speak about anybody. And it's not just the voters, and it's not just the people at the top. It seems to go all the way through. And I definitely think that we all could, as they're saying, turn down the temperature. I think we could all do that, but I don't think it's the place of the left, who has been throwing all this vitriol and really kicked it up. They're not really in the position to be saying, you guys should turn down the temperature. I, as somebody who has, gotten a lot of that, especially during the Rona days and the jab and all of that, I got plenty of that. And so I'm in the position to be like, okay, I agree with you that we shouldn't ratchet this up, but you guys need to recognize where this all started and what is the ideology behind this.
Gotcha. All right. Tyler, you're up.
Average Debate Enjoyer recently moved over to YouTube. I have more subs on YouTube in less than a month than I had on like 4 months of Twitch. So hit me up here now. That being said, the person at fault is the person that pulled the trigger at the end of the day. Inflamed rhetoric is all over the place in politics on both sides, and most of it, 99.9% of people don't see as a green light to go kill people. Absolutely. Indian Jesus has a lot of good points from my right-wing version of this argument. Absolutely. That we saw Stop Asian Hate. That was a thing for about 9 months where they were blaming MAGA for attacking hate crimes against X people based on some stupid study with terrible methodology. And then the crime statistics came out and that completely vanished. No one saw it again. We saw the Twitter that used a manifesto that had great replacement theory in it. And we got 6 months of Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump are trying to get people killed and blah, blah, blah. And then when it's on the other side, it's, we just all need to move past it. Their ideology doesn't matter. It's like, just all move past it. This is bad. That being said, I also agree that we should kind of move past it. I just kind of see that the right does have a leg to stand on with that argument. And it goes all the way back to Obama with not even being able to say radical Islamic terror because the evil, bigoted U.S. will come down on innocent Muslims here you just can't trust them. So I have a long list of things from that. On the other side, my left-wing points, I don't need any documents for because those come from my head because I am technically left to center. You wouldn't see me online, though, because most of the left online is crazy. So we're going to have fun.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Mel.
So I do have a bit of an opening. It's more of a meme, but and I also have the follow-up. So I hope you're okay with me maybe taking twice as long and doing twice as much. Oh God, you all froze.
You got the mic.
Oh, okay. No, I froze. Okay, cool. Goddamn internet. But yeah, so hello, and actually my slideshows. I don't have a slideshow you need to see. It's for me. Hello. So Jake invited me here very graciously after I missed the last opportunity, but he gave me a very vacuous prompt about Charlie Kirk. So first I want to point out with things like this, we're going to probably have to pinpoint where the goalpost is. Okay. And so my intro is as general as possible. It's what is the purpose of debate? Joseph Joubert says the aim of argument or of discussion should be victory, but should not be victory, but progress. Some people might think of it as Plato and Socrates or Glaucon arguing, or debate club, two sides of the debate, hash it out, or maybe a third conclusion is reached, but I've really only seen that in debate clubs. But that's not what debate means for my opponent, I think. I think that it means that they're going to have performative strength, performative integrity, and performative certainty. And I feel, and I'm going to try to demonstrate that today, not just by pointing it out, but by showing you what that actually means. Now, let's start with Indian Jesus, what you said. The left is more violent.
Yep.
And that is not borne out by any research done on that subject. Especially if you look at literature reviews or just general reporting on the subject, or the whole range of sources that you could look at that would be credible, at least.
Could that be because they didn't include things like any of the summer?
Okay, we'll get into that. Jesus, put a note on that. Put a tab on that.
I still have to wrap it up with like who's to blame, and I'm doing double duty. So
yeah,
I'm just going to say very quickly, it's the right that needs to turn out of the temp, but we can debate that more. And for who's to blame, well, I think gun culture, for one thing. If this person had a knife, it might have been a lot harder to do what they wanted to do. But more importantly, it's political extremism. When people like Charlie Kirk radicalize people into political extremism, that basically causes extremism from the other side, because that is the nature of political extremism. They escalate each other from on either side. So, If you can't see that, I can demonstrate that Charlie did it with his own words. But I feel like, without a specific topic, there is a bit of a prompt, I guess. But I can't answer anything too directly yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, with that being said, we do have somebody in the background. Cassell, is that one of the individuals that you?
Oh, yeah. Jason's.
That's
okay.
the partner I got from my
Okay. Cool. Well,
Jason's cool.
Okay, Jason. He popped out. I think there's some issues that he's having with his camera or his internet or something like that. I sent him in the back chat.
I had one more point. Sorry.
Go for it.
The means over politics point that Indian Jesus made. I agree. That's what they're doing. That's why I'm trying to make Charlie Kirk into their George Floyd, return fire sort of thing. No pun intended. Where it's literally. Charlie Kirk himself has said things that are memeable, like he thinks children should have to witness live executions on TV. So, maybe we can just enjoy a laugh, because comedy really is the last bastion of free speech, and I hope you would agree.
Okay, that's a lot being said there. A lot to kind of go through. We'll give Cassell a little bit of time to see if he can get back in. You know what? If it doesn't look like he's popping back in, but if he does, we'll shoot him back into the open convo. I think that's good. We'll start with you, Indian. You had a response in the middle of Melv's opening. We can start off with you, man.
Yeah, just in general. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but there was there's a statistic going around that I think it's something like 74 more times likely that the right is going to be violent than the left. But when you look into the studies, they don't take into account, the Michael Reinhold, the guy who, just the day before had like his whole Vice special, and then he shot the guy just because he was a Trump supporter. And the numbers don't take into account things like that. And I mean, I'm sure if we have the time to dive into those things, there's many other instances that I think would all agree is political violence that doesn't come into play.
Can I
Do you think that there's like any possible singular metric we could use to evaluate this?
I could clarify.
Like
Given those two studies that were brought up, you brought up the media reporting study, and that was in the case of Stop Asian Hate. What they did was go through about 700 different articles, and if the race of the offender was mentioned, then they documented. If the race of the offender was not mentioned, then they didn't document it. So we see a lot of times reporting in newspapers, if the race isn't mentioned, generally it's not a white person, and then it is mentioned if it is a white person. That phenomenon has been documented multiple times. And the other study you're referring to only looks at domestic terror. So we don't count any of the protests and rioting after George Floyd. We do count January 6th. We do count all actions by the Boogaloo Boys and all those right-wing groups, but we don't count a lot of actions. We don't count Antifa until they were labeled a domestic terror group. And on top of that, domestic terror is only a tiny fraction of political violence. So if we're just measuring one metric, then yes, the right wing looks bad in this one metric. If we do all political violence, it's not even close.
Okay, so I don't think you know how data sets work, for one thing. Secondly, when it comes to these things, we can actually talk about who has a greater share of victims from political extremism, not from political violence, it's political extremism, right?
Can you tell me kind of the difference between the political violence and the political extremism, just so we can kind of clarify
because there's a lot of things you can define as political violence, like a riot could be political violence. But when we want to associate like mens rea to somebody's actions, and we associate that that acute form of violence with an extreme political motive, these things often, there's more than just correlation going on there.
There is. He's right. What's your pronoun? So I don't get you wrong.
Thank you, and I appreciate you. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I am liberal at the end of the day. So I will say that, again, my points went uncontested because all I got was ad hom back. But in this data set, they only account for extremism. Would you consider Luigi Mangione executing a CEO of a drug company because he didn't like drug companies and the regulations around him? He was pretty extreme left-wing, and his ideology went into that?
No, because he was personally affected by it, so I call it vigilante justice.
That's what the judge said as well. So something like Luigi Mangione shooting somebody in the back of the head is not considered something that would be counted as political extremism, but the Proud Boys going out and doing property damage would. So I think that's
for one thing, they're not victimized. The things that the groups and the things that the Proud Boys target are not what victimize them.
Yeah. So
even taking a step back from that, I think a more important discussion, because again, I think we'd all agree that somebody who's going to enact political violence is on the fringes of whatever ideology they have, and that doesn't have a place in the marketplace of ideas. And so when you zoom out, and you can't take just these individual people. All of you guys, I started off saying left and right, but I completely agree that the shooter is the one to blame for Charlie Kirk. And then we have to step back and look at the reaction. So when you see a fringe person on the right doing something crazy, then you don't see nearly the same type of positive reaction as what we saw with Charlie Kirk and many other situations like that.
That's a good point there. Mel, like for example, when what do you call it? Like when the what was the Democratic Congresswoman that passed away? You didn't see people on the right making TikToks celebrating that. Like that would be kind of like an example of that, wouldn't you say? Like that the left is kind of more entwined with celebrating death of right-wingers than it is on the other side.
I don't know. Like if you're talking about strict politicians who weren't political extremists in their own right, then no, I don't see that. But you guys look at like victims of the system, like George Floyd, and celebrate that. So
celebrating, I don't think. Well, I don't know. Let's ask you guys. Tyler, did you see people on the right celebrating?
Here, so.
Oh yeah, let's go, Jason. You haven't spoken. What's your thoughts on everything here? Cassell.
Jason. Oh,
Is that
Yeah, you can
you're
go-
Jason, right? Or are you John's?
no, I am not a John or a Jason. You can just call
Whoa,
me.
there's more than one.
Go to Richard next.
My bad, bro. They told me your name was Jason, so I just went with
Nah.
that.
How many
It's
Castells
all
are
good.
there in this space?
It's all good. We don't have to worry about that. What we do have to worry about is political violence, and I assume I'm arguing on the left of this. I just want to make sure.
Sure.
But could you repeat your question, Jake, just so I can have a more thought out response there?
Yeah, as far as when it comes to the political, like the assassination of Charlie Kirk, we saw a lot of people on the left celebrating this. They were tearing down murals, etc. My question is, when it came to George Floyd, did you see any individuals that were celebrating on TikTok to this degree, celebrating his death, etc.? Like, is it fair to say that it's equal, or it's one side or the other?
I don't know if it's equal. I think I'm sure you could argue that the amount of folks you're seeing at this point may have exceeded that of when George Floyd was. I mean, back when George Floyd was killed, I even saw people on the right mourning it more than I'm seeing people on the left mourn Charlie Kirk. And so you could argue that. I do think I remember people celebrating George Floyd for sure. I know Steven Crowder posted kind of skits of him being stepped on the neck or kneed on the neck.
I
for
wasn't
fun
making
or,
fun of
or,
it,
or whatever.
I remember that. That was I believe they were trying to demonstrate the knee on the neck thing. It wasn't a celebrate. It wasn't mocking. It was them demonstrating the position.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's fair. Sorry, just to finish my point, I think
go
there were
comedy
people on
show.
the. I think people on the right, even outside that demonstration, I don't think Crowder was a fan of George Floyd, and I'm pretty sure people in his community or his show had no issue at all, kind of like celebrating that moment after the fact. And people were using his drug use as an excuse for why he was killed too. It's still arguing to this day that that's why he died. So I think people over time in that regard have started to push that issue that was, I think, kind of a national mourning into a more political polarizing moment now. And I think the left wasted no time this time for Charlie Kirk to do that. I think for George Floyd, you just saw that happen a lot slower. And I think a lot more people were mourning when that first happened. Over time, I think you've even seen like George Floyd deserved to die because he used fentanyl or whatever. So I think that's the difference there.
Okay. I mean, fair enough on that. I mean, like going back to this with the George Floyd situation, I would say like when George Floyd, kicked the bucket, we saw a lot of riots happening. I think a lot of the points that Jesus was talking about is that when you saw somebody, get murdered or, overdose, whatever the case is, whatever the argument is with you guys, the point is that the left rioted for 6 months and 30 people died during those riots. With the Charlie Kirk situation, the reaction on the right was you saw a lot of people praying and going to church and
firing people and canceling their free speech.
Okay, we can go into that if you want.
Jake, somebody I reached out to was literally like, I would love to, but I do not want to lose my job. Soyadle, do you know who that is?
That they don't want to lose their job because they didn't want to come on here? Or?
Yeah, but talk about Charlie Kirk.
So
they're an American.
Mel, can I ask you a general question? It may not seem directly related, but it is. Is there no line to an opinion that you could have that is a reasonable thing to be fired for?
I don't know. Did you apply this logic when, Me Too was happening?
What?
Well,
so the question was, is there any opinion that
I'm just asking you, did you apply the same logic while Me Too was happening? If it's a no, it's fine. But like, that's the problem here.
Well,
I
we
think
can answer your question
works
if you
one
want,
way.
but when you have a conversation and I ask you a question, you answer the question. You don't ask me a question back. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. But my question is there no limit to, because it's your opinion, that's unreasonable for a boss to an employer to fire you?
Sure, but where were you during Me Too saying that?
Wait, sure what there is or sure what there's not?
Sure, there is.
Okay, so if there is, then why is this not one of them?
Because we all needed you to say this kind of stuff during Me Too, but it all seems kind of one-sided from your end.
I don't know. I don't understand the connection between.
All right, to kind of answer
that
from my point of view, yes, there are absolutely limits. People should be fired if they're condoning violence. I think that's an obvious one. If you want an answer from me on that, I think what Mel is pointing out is that a lot of people who may have been towing a line there didn't deserve to be fired. Whether they said that Charlie Kirk, if you're saying Charlie Kirk wasn't a great person, I don't think that's fireable. If you're trying to say something along the lines of, oh, he deserved to die and I'm glad, okay, then I could see if you're somebody who's taking care of people, whether you're a nurse or a doctor or a teacher or somebody who's taking care of people, that could cause some problems for people if they feel uncomfortable if they're on the right side of the spectrum. But I think a lot of that has been conflated to now there's like a database going out there of people being tracked and followed for what they're saying. And I think it's gotten a little bit extreme for what people are trying to do and trying to cancel people for. So I think I agree with Mel on that point, but to your point, yes, there is a limit.
They're not getting killed, right? Like, I agree
so far,
that
no. I know that there have been.
I agree that making a list
news stations. Yeah,
I agree that making a list of all these people is not the best use of time. I completely agree with that. You'll never find me trying to get somebody fired because of even crazy opinions, because I don't know, that's just not the way I operate. But that is not to say that it is okay to celebrate these things. And the reason I asked Mel about having an opinion is we could take it to the extreme. And if you're going to work and let's say you're not even saying it at work, but on your social media, you're talking about how you love CP or you love something
crazy. Yeah, CP is crazy.
Then we all understand that it'd be like, all right, you at the very least you got to take that down or we have to fire you. And so I don't understand why this is a different thing.
Well, maybe because you reframed it, even though I already said yes, there is a line. It's supposed to be the right though who can show that they actually care about that. When the left points out that there is a bunch of sex pests who are in power and we kind of need to hold them accountable instead of just being like, oh, I guess boys will be boys.
Yeah, you should check my channel. I've been raging about that ever since that press conference.
Yeah, Tyler, I want to get you into this one right here. When it comes to, from what I've seen, Mel's talking about the Me Too movement, that apparently were people getting fired for what exactly, Mel? I'm not too sure on the connection here.
For sexual assault and harassment.
They were getting fired for that?
I can't think of any offhand examples, but I'm pretty sure that the point of the movement.
You can think of Andrew Cuomo, for example. Like that whole thing was part of the Me Too movement.
Andrew
Harvey Weinstein is an example. God damn it! Sorry, I'm just bad with names.
But he got sentenced, right? He got in trouble for that and whatnot. But really quickly, Angry Snowman with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. He says, why does Mel have a problem with the right playing by the rules the left put in place? They started cancel culture, freedom of speech, not freedom of consequences, right? Mel, that one's to you. You want to respond to that?
Well, first of all, if we're the ones who made the rules and you weren't willing to follow them when we made them, then why should we care about following them when you want to use them? That just seems opportunistic.
And then you didn't actually believe in the principles behind those rules.
It just seems opportunistic on your part.
But even if it is, I'll grant you that. Let's say it is that the right is being opportunistic and we don't actually believe in that, but we're going by that. You were already in the position of, we believe this. We think that, you should be able to get fired if you misgender and things like that. So if you're saying now that shouldn't be the case, then you've been getting behind that principle for a very long time. So were you wrong then or are you wrong now?
Well, I was wrong then by thinking that taking the high road would necessarily cause you to do better. It turns out that by us taking the high road, we waste a lot of time, a lot of energy and resources when you get to just say a bunch of memes and a bunch of one-liners that are basically thought-terminating cliches. So I think, the left is actually being savvy with the social media landscape and the political extremism that does occur in this space. We need to weaponize that against you.
Okay, so Mel's on the side of weaponizing that thing. Tyler, go ahead.
Rhetoric. Just to be clear, weaponizing rhetoric.
Going back
to
what Mel said, I think you are correct that there were definitely some people on Twitter celebrating George Floyd. It probably isn't the majority of Republicans. It probably isn't the majority of the party because Twitter only represents like the daily users, like less than 5% of the United States. But there were definitely some people doing that. I'll give you that. But you can't take a small group of the worst people, use that to build a monolith of the larger group, and then attack the larger group and say, where the hell were you? Because that's how Islamophobia works. That's how racism works. That's how all of these group-based bigotries work. It's just not a good idea, even though it isn't just as bad as those things. The steps to get there are just as dumb. That being said, you are right to call that out, but the equivalency to George Floyd is George Floyd was a criminal who committed a crime that was being arrested, also left a fentanyl in the back of the police car, whereas Charlie Kirk has never done anything illegal, has never been convicted of a crime, was out there just giving his opinions in a very American debatey sort of way. So there's a bigger impact, and we see that kind of on the world stage. There's been moonlight vigils and candle vigils, and New York Yankee Stadium did a big thing for him, and other sports events.
So did the NFL, yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of another step in terms of accelerating the temperature. Is now we're going after people just who say things that aren't liked, even if you think there were negative repercussions to what he was saying. He was not directly involved in anything illegal, bad. There was nothing that he did that made
aside from radicalizing political extremists on the right.
Okay, but that's allowed. This is America. Yeah. If you don't like that, you can leave. But that's part of the laws. You're allowed to do that, and getting if you do that, that doesn't justify you getting killed.
Right, so it's I would agree. Just like it doesn't.
So then why is that relevant?
Let me get the YouTube question on play as well too, because a lot of that was being cheered on by Republicans as well. I don't listen to a lot of mainstream like talking heads. I just stick to mostly the news.
But here's the thing: I'm not the guy who pulled the trigger.
Yeah, but
so that's meaningless to tell me that.
Me too.
I'm not actually endorsing it.
Yeah,
what I am saying though is we can dance the fuck on this grave and even piss on it, because honestly, the guy would have done it to people like me.
That's just untrue.
Well, he doesn't know I exist, so in a realistic sense, isn't untrue.
Yeah, but there's
in
people who died that he did know they existed, and he didn't dance on their grave.
The fact that he did it for George Floyd, who, by the way, doesn't matter that he's a criminal. We're all fucking criminals. So most of us, most Americans, when surveyed, admit to committing at least some sort of crime. And so none of us are innocent.
Well, I mean, I would say we might be offenders, but criminals is a different category, Mel.
How dare yeah,
like speeding. Like if I get a ticket for speeding, I'm not a criminal.
They got caught because policing is disproportionately higher in black neighborhoods. Good point. But
I used a different example.
How dare you judge your brothers and sisters based on something that you would do yourself?
Okay. So as far as your comment goes, when it comes to like we're all criminals, first off, like I think there's plenty of people here that are offenders. Like if you speed and you get a ticket or something like that, that's offenders. But we're not.
Family fed?
That what?
Did you rob a grocery store to keep your family fed?
I've never robbed a grocery store to keep my family fed. No.
Hypothetical
or a church where they give you food.
Do not handle hypotheticals.
No, nobody here probably would do that.
So yes. The answer to the question is yes, but that is an irrelevant hypothetical because of the fact.
Well, arguably, George Floyd was selling fentanyl to feed his family.
So he couldn't get a job? No, come on. Yeah, exactly. We're in America here.
Actually, where you live, employment can be very accessible or not very accessible.
Aladdin just trying to feed his family with fentanyl. Let's not think about the people that are dying from that fentanyl.
At least he's not robbing a bank.
George Floyd needed to feed his family, and the only way in America to do that is
like political extremists
counterfeit bills.
At least he's not creating political extremists who actually will shoot up schools.
I would argue the exact opposite. I bring you back to the summer of love.
Let's unpack what I said.
An extreme amount of people.
You
disagree that cities were burned down in that summer?
Here, let me show you what you're supposed to do when someone makes an outrageous statement. You unpack it, right?
So I said that down in that summer.
I said that America's going to have more school shootings if you have somebody who keeps radicalizing people, right? And so the obvious question then becomes: does America have a school shooting problem? Yes, it does. Does America have political extremists radicalizing people and touting gun culture? Yes, they do. Still correlation. Do these things tend to rise with the more right-wing extremist rhetoric? Yes, they do. So I would posit that there is a very strong chance that there is causation with people saying things like you need to go out there. This is actually it's more of a Funtist quote. I'm not gonna misquote him because that is a Funtist quote. But basically, by standing within the same line of those people, radicalizing them from one side or the other towards minorities, towards a distraction wedge issue, we've created people who think that shooting up schools is the issue. And
hold on, let me jump in.
I'll let somebody jump in.
Tyler, go ahead.
Because I'm looking at the Mother Jones database right now, and if you look at the per capita of the 170 events they've recorded in the last 30 years, white people who would generally vote Republican, listen to Charlie Kirk, are underrepresented in those mass shootings, where we have trans people and black people overrepresented in those mass shootings. So calling Charlie Kirk a fascist and saying
represent people how as the shooters or as
per capita based on their demographic, yes. As the shooter.
As the shooter.
Yes, so it'd be 65% white in the country, 54% in terms of the study, whereas trans mass shooters make up 0.5% of the population, and are about 4% of the mass shootings, most recently, I think in the last 6 years or so. So your argument could be thrown back.
Sample then.
It's not all of them. So Mother Jones is recording all of them, every single one. It's not a sample, it's all of them.
So first of all, if you want less trans people to shoot things up, my advice is stop attacking them with the healthcare system. With their
if you want Republicans to stop shooting people up, I'd say stop calling them a fascist.
There you go.
Well, that's not enough. No, because that's not political action. Do you understand the difference between a word?
No principles, just positions.
You understand the difference between the word?
You're down. There's no principle.
Okay, you're cutting me off. I'm responding to Tyler. There's a difference between a word and actually passing legislation that limits somebody's right to be themselves in society.
Okay. Well, you vote against that. Again, this is America. That's how laws are made.
Well, yeah, if you hold referendums, but otherwise, sometimes you can't do that.
That'd be a First Amendment violation, and that's not happening. You're not saying, nobody's saying you can't be who you want. They're saying that we don't have to participate in what you think you are. That's it.
Oh, okay. So trans kids are allowed to be themselves?
Yeah, they can be themselves.
Oh, okay. In Florida?
Yeah, absolutely. They just can't go into the wrong bathroom or play in the wrong sex.
They can't pretend to be somebody else. That's the whole point, is to be
yourself. We don't have to participate in that either. We don't have I
think we need to start dividing bathrooms based on left-right issues, right? So, like, you people would definitely go into the right-winger bathrooms.
We have public schools. We already do that.
Yeah. At public schools, we separate people by left versus right.
On a state level. Yeah, the public schools are decided by the state government, and the state government controls who uses what facilities. Some states allow this, which are the ones being sued by the double Trump administration.
So how do they know which kids are left wing and which kids are right wing?
Well, I don't really know. I don't really understand how this is connected. I don't really understand how this is connected to political violence. I think that my question about whether or not the
right. So when I can connect.
Well, hold on. Let Indian Jesus finish the thought, and then we can go to. Well, you know what, Cassell, you've been kind of quiet. What? Indian Jesus, go ahead, finish your thought, and we'll get to Cassell on his thoughts.
No, I was just saying, I think we're getting away from the topic at hand. And again, if we all agree that the shooter or anybody who is going to be in the position of that shooter is wrong, then we have to step back and look at, again, the reaction from everybody else who saw that. And it's not comparable.
Okay, Cassell, thoughts on what Mel and was saying?
I think these are kind of like, sorry, what's your name? Indian? Do you go by Indian Jesus? Do you have another name?
Yeah, you can call me Lutch, like clutch without the C.
Yeah. I think what Lutch was saying is we were getting off topic, which I agree. And for me, the argument that, if you don't want trans people to shoot up, schools, you have to treat them better. Well, that's kind of a little bit extreme for me, and because the opposite would be like what they were arguing. If you don't want right-wing shooters to shoot up schools, you should treat them. So I think that we all know that shooting up people is bad. Even if I treat you poorly, you should not be doing that. And I'm not arguing that we should be treating people poorly, but I think that we all know how extreme shooting is. So I'm not going to argue that. My argument would be that we all know that what's going on recently is terrible between both sides. I know that your argument on your side, Lutch, is that the left's reaction has been more extreme. But I also don't think that matters as much either. Like, how many times are we going to go back and forth between the two sides saying, well, you killed our guy, so we're going to kill your guy, just because the reaction may be lopsided. At the end of the day, people are still dying. And so my point is that at the end of the day, that we have somebody in charge who's supposed to be that leader to tone down the rhetoric. And I mean, come on, since 2016, have we seen America become any closer as a country or have we become more polarized? And I think it's obvious that answer is we haven't become any closer, and that's because of failed leadership. And you can point that out to Joe Biden, and you can point that out to Donald Trump, who's had 2 terms under his belt, and the second term is really not going any better in terms of bringing the country together at this point. So I look at him to help us get there, and I really want him to help us get there, but there's no indication that he cares about that really, and things aren't getting better. So I think that really falls on him to tone down the rhetoric.
Okay.
I don't disagree that everybody needs to tone down the rhetoric. I just think that the people who have been saying Hitler, Nazi, all these kinds of things for that decade are in the position to say that. I think there needs to be a mea culpa that, okay, everybody's guilty here, but we clearly were a little too much. We clearly are the side that just had somebody shoot someone in the neck. So yes, we all, left and right, are going to bring down the temperature, and we are leading that charge because we initially led the charge of ratcheting it up.
But that's not going to happen, right?
I mean, maybe that's what I think
possible to happen for one side to be like.
I'm literally saying
that is unreachable, but I mean that's what I think should happen.
That's actually what I am saying too. Like the only reason we're not showing that exact kind of like sympathy or empathy, however you want to say it, that you're expecting, is because you're not giving it. And I just want to remind you that the whole point of like. That I was making about not accepting trans people, it wasn't a distraction. What is a distraction is when right-wing media tells people that this is something you need to be outraged about, and that radicalizes people into, guess what? Political extremism. Cass made some good points. Yeah, we could treat them better, although I think since they vote for conservative politicians, it's especially in that case that conservative politicians need to treat them better. So, but I'd also just agree with the whole both sides thing, because is the right wing who consistently turns up the heat every chance they get. I'm just, and in reality, like it's a bit.
But Mel,
Mel,
really
I
quickly.
Waited my turn. I waited my turn.
Okay, Mel, finish your thought. I just have a quick comment though. After your thoughts, go ahead.
It's been both the left and the left has both supported, much to my dismay, the people who are grieving Charlie Kirk, and celebrated it at certain points. Often with nuance. Look at Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think he necessarily celebrated Charlie Kirk's death, but he had a nuanced opinion on it. And just lastly, you were talking about Cassell, like America is better being less polarized and more like in union. I think Charlie Kirk was a polarizing figure who knew that the more polarizing shit he says, the more he can get outrage from the left and get attention based on that. He grifted off of that, and that leads to the exact violence that he's now a victim of.
Grifting. But I was going to a place and letting anybody speak to you and having a impromptu debate. How is that grifting?
Because again, there's a cycle between generating outrage from the left.
Okay, can you define
more attention?
Can you define what you mean by grifting? Maybe I'll agree with you, but I don't know what you mean by that. Can you define what you mean by grifting?
Yeah, somebody who does something like media or something like that for the money.
Oh, damn! I'm a grifter.
Mel, really quickly,
like somebody who will sell out their values. They don't actually
person in media
care about media, for example.
So even if
like the
you do it for money, then you're a grifter?
Yeah, that makes media grifters. That makes every journalist a grifter. That makes every news reporter a grifter. Yeah.
For one thing, media literacy is an entire course that you can take. And guess what? It teaches you that that's not how media is supposed to work. There are people who definitely commodify it. And I say that there is grifting in mainstream media also, but definitely not all media and certainly not independent media.
Mel, really quickly, when you were stating
independent media, what do you mean?
There's also a difference, right, between like paying your bills as like a newspaper company and being like a slop, what's the word for it? Paparazzi rag. So that way people just buy your shit off the racks in large volumes.
Who is that? What does that have? Are you
like
saying
tabloid magazines? Do you not know what a tabloid is?
Who are you saying that in reference to?
There's a difference between a newspaper
Why can't you answer a question?
paying their bills.
Am I here?
And tabloids.
You guys hear me?
only make
I keep
things-
asking questions, and Mel just keeps
This
breezing
explains
right on by.
to you. This explains to you what a grift is.
A grift is money made dishonesty as a swindle.
Yes.
So okay.
Just
So now you're saying
about
that
making money,
Charlie
not
Kirk does not
dishonestly
believe
making
in.
money.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's dishonest because again, they're not doing it because they care about media. They're not doing it as a
How do
media
you know?
person. They're doing it because media makes money. Again, the difference is
Okay.
like a newspaper paying their own bills versus a tabloid magazine, which only produces stuff so people will buy it in large volumes.
I
So
just
what
read your
was-
mind. You're a grifter because I know you're doing this for the money.
Yeah.
I personally made
what was
$0
the tabloid
from this.
aspect of what Charlie Kirk did or said? What is the tabloid aspect of that?
So it's creating outrage from the left by going to these events and creating clippable segments that people will record on their phones and post online.
So
Then
saying
we-
his opinions.
And as people get more outraged, they give him
Wow.
more attention. Attention is something that on the internet gets you more clout, and clout is something that can get you on shows that pay more money.
Mel, really quickly, when you're talking about the outrage, right? Let's say, okay, Charlie Kirk's doing these debates on campuses, and it outrages one side of the political spectrum, which is the left. The way they go about it is, for example, burning down Teslas. When Elon Musk decided to vote Republican and join the Trump, the Trump team, now they're going over there and vandalizing Teslas. I'm just saying, like,
Really?
when you're
Is that happening a lot?
saying, hold on, Mel, when you're saying that the right wing is stimulating this type of action, wouldn't you say that you need to start with the left and say that, guys, violence is not the answer, is debate. Debate is the answer, which is what Charlie Kirk represented. You guys don't want to debate. Instead, you want to go and burn down Teslas and
Even on this
etc. I
panel.
think this is the problem here, right?
So my first of all, you're getting me excited. I want to ground myself a bit. How often is this really happening? Because the more it's happening, the more I'm going to get excited. The burning Teslas thing.
Okay.
What?
Well, you don't want to vandalize anything.
You say,
No, that's
more
the
than
thing.
50%?
If I
More than
may,
50%.
Okay,
No,
so
I'm not
wait.
done. I'm not done. I'm
Right there.
responding to
Did you
Jake.
just Did you just?
I'm sorry, the host was
John,
talking to me, and I would
the
much
people-
like
So-
very much
thing
like the
that we're
time to
exactly
respond.
talking about. You're
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
Burned down.
I
And
reclaim my
you're
time.
not on the
I
side.
reclaim
I'm
my time.
celebrating
I
this.
reclaim my time.
I don't care.
I
So,
reclaim my time.
You
Okay,
you made both
I'm
of my
responding to the host right now,
you
not
made
you.
both of my points.
I'm not
You
responding
not
to you
only
right now.
tried
Okay,
to
you're
say
wasting
no,
your
well,
breath.
Okay, really quick, guys. Mel's not going to stop. Mel, go ahead and respond to what I said, and then we'll get it to Indian Jesus.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll put that point aside because he
We'll get it-
really got triggered.
we'll get it
But
to
no,
that after that.
No,
Go ahead, Mel.
The left has 100% stood around and be like, we're not going to respond to these people. And you know what they do? They try to make it more personal. I'm going to start doxing the students at your place who are immigrants. I'm going to post dead names and old photos of your trans students. Yes,
Mel.
that is what they do.
No, Mel, you do realize that they dox people. It's the left that dox the right first, like throughout the years, Mel. Like that's the thing. Look, I'm just telling you this. When it comes to the response of the left, they burn down shit. That's a problem. Would you say that is an issue that needs to be addressed, right, Mel?
At least the left's able to target people who
Do you believe? Hold on. Do you believe that is something that the left needs to stop doing? That's my question. Yes or
No,
no?
'cause
I can answer
No.
that.
Okay. No.
Not until the right actually stops radicalizing political extremists.
So you do believe in violence, right,
Because
Mel?
at least we're accurate.
So you do believe in violence. Go ahead, India.
So
Well, yeah,
I think
violence
all the
exists. What the
points-
fuck does
excuse
that
me,
Hold
you're
on.
reclaiming my time.
Wait, no, you put words in my mouth, so I'll
excuse me,
specify.
reclaiming my time.
Mel, we're shooting out to Indian. Go ahead.
I believe
Wait,
every
are you
point
going to
that
stop
I've
listening to me, or are you going
has
to let me
been-
explain to you why you're wrong? I believe violence exists.
Mel.
I don't think violence.
You're not
Like,
doing
Mel,
yourself any
I don't think
Mel,
people
you
live
literally
with no
just said that
violence.
you're okay with them doing this stuff. You literally just said that. So
I'm
therefore,
okay with being violent towards people who increase domestic terrorism, like
Okay.
Charlie Kirk did.
okay, there you go. We got it. So Mel's okay with having violence against people that follow Charlie Kirk that are radicalized. Okay.
Increase
Well, I think that's
domestic
That
terrorism.
increase it. Okay, fine. Go ahead, Indian. You can go ahead and
I
respond.
think that's the end of the debate. Every point that I'm bringing up, Mel is explicitly
How is that
playing
the
out
end
in
of the
real
debate? There's
time.
no
Hold on,
Reclaiming
Mel.
my time.
Well, no, you just said okay.
Hold on, Mel. You got to let him respond.
Mel,
Mel. You got to let him respond. Mel,
this is the performative strength I'm talking about.
Mel, you got to let him respond.
I won this debate. There's no topic, idiot.
Okay. There's no debate here. Indian, go ahead and finish the response here.
So everything that I've been saying has just been explicitly stated by Melanie, that it is, when I talked about that I agree that everyone needs to turn the temperature down, but the left is not in the position to say, you guys need to turn the temperature down and finger wagging, because it is the left that started this type of culture. And even though the right does engage with it, it is a reaction, and that it is a bad reaction, and it needs to be less of a reaction, but it's not of the people who have been, kicking this up to say, okay, guys, now that it's too far that I don't like it anymore. The other point that I made when I was saying that, if you're going to say that was wrong before, but it's okay now, then you're not sticking to principles. And so how do I know that what you actually believe is what you said before or what you're saying now? And then you literally said I get more excited the more they burn down Teslas. What are we talking about? That is violence. And even though that you don't like the feelings of my words, that's not violence. Words have meanings.
Yeah, that's not what I said. I said
okay. So hold on, really quickly. We're going to get to Tyler. Has something to say. He's been waiting patiently, and then we're going to get to Cassell.
Tyler. Right, so going off of what Mel's thesis is here, it's okay to commit political violence against people if you see their group or this person as creating more extremists. So what we went through with the Mother Jones data, with every mass shooting and the increase in violence from
trans, go over shit.
The increase. Increase in violence from trans people to society. We see 4 mass shootings now, and we also see on top of that different instances of prison where they put trans women into women's prisons, and there's epidemics of sexual assault rising through the ranks. So if all these things happen, if we see increases in violence, could you not say with your exact theory that anyone that pushes gender theory and doesn't try to find a way to actually cure gender dysphoria and not embrace it is actually pushing violence, and it's okay to go assassinate people that push gender theory?
So, Jake, since this is all of you going around talking at me, but not
answering the question once again, I'm going to call it every single time.
Just let Castle go, because I still don't know what his fucking name is. And then, we can...
okay.
It's Robert.
That's why I put it in the pic.
Go ahead, Robert. You're up.
It's just Castle, guys, please.
There's also a Jason Castle and a John Castle, so it's very
not
confusing.
his fault. He can't read good.
Matt Castle's in the NFL, or what?
Yeah, Matt Castle. Yeah. Can we call you Matt Castle? We can do that.
Yeah, that's my cousin, actually. So yeah.
Oh, right on. Well, he was a shitty quarterback. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was actually asked. So I guess from my view is that we talked about Charlie Kirk's noble or trying to change the country and have that conversation by nobly pursuing the debate way of going about things, which I don't think it's bad. I agree with Mel that I think he was one-sided and did get people on the left jacked up for a reason and on purpose mostly. But again, irrelevant to why he should be attacked in any way. But I think that goes back to my point where it's like, we have a ton of people in this space going out and looking for these types of debates publicly, which is fine, but it's not doing anything to heal us. Obviously, a lot of these people are either associated with the right or left, and I don't think a lot of them really care. If we come together, they just want to be right. And when they have these debates, it's about them being right. It's really not much more than that, really about healing the country. So when you want to talk about like the left toning down, I don't really think that matters. If the left toned it down in whatever way you think that's possible, is the right really going to let up? No, because I don't think that would be advantageous to the right either. So I think both sides are really going to keep going at it in the future, because I haven't seen any evidence of why they wouldn't. Right now, the right is doing all that they can in government to get what they want, and it's working. They have all 3 branches of government. So if the left were in power, why wouldn't they just emulate that on their side, or I guess our side too? And another thing is, when we talk about the left, and which really annoys me, is that, like Tyler mentioned, it's like, oh, it's a really small portion of people on Twitter on the right who may have celebrated George Floyd. But in reality, it's also the same on the left too. And a lot of times, like I consider myself like a liberal. There's nobody in Congress who's a Democrat, at least from what I understand, that's like, hey, you should burn a Tesla. Like nobody is saying that. And a lot of people who vote for them aren't saying that. A lot of people who are saying these things are a very small community on the left. And it pisses me off because that's who everybody nationally associates with the left. And they become such a bad brand because they can't separate themselves from a small part of the party the way that Republicans have. So I think it's something that Democrats have to worry about, but it's also annoying to be associated with such a small group of people who really don't have a ton of power and really can't persuade electoral outcomes either. But they have such a larger voice, it seems, on a national level because of how the right has done a good job of making that seem to be the case. But anyway, those are just my thoughts.
Okay, fair enough on that. Look, Tyler, anybody else need have something to say before I
have for Castle, so let Mel go and respond to, and then I'll jump in after.
Okay, go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, so the left, when you say the left won't turn the temperature down, I again, I was going to point to when we used to do that, and then we learned the hard way that even when we do, you still turn the temperature up. So you're going to have to reconcile that on your own part. When I say America became less polarized the day that C. Kirk happened, it also became less fascist. And I think that being anti-fascist is a good thing. You don't even have to be a leftist to be anti-fascist. Actually, it's pretty crazy. So a lot of this depends on where you draw the lines and what side you're on. Of course, you're going to see when you're a fascist, the anti-fascist is terrorist. I never, by the way, Indian Jesus, I never said that words are violence. You keep putting that in my mouth because you're a dishonest piece of shit.
I never once said that.
Yes, you did. You said words are not violence as part of your response to me. We can go back in the VOD if you'd like.
Right. Maybe you should brought up his rhetoric being violence.
Maybe you shouldn't just spout verbal diarrhea.
You said he was radicalizing people, correct?
Maybe you shouldn't just
spout. You said he was radicalizing people, correct?
Maybe you shouldn't just spout. Stop trying to control the conversation, you coward.
You stated that he was radicalizing people, correct?
You shouldn't.
That is Mel does believe that Charlie Kirk was radicalizing.
Excuse me. Are you helping him? Are you helping him distract from my point right now?
No, I'm gonna.
Do you understand what host bias is, Jake?
Mel, really quickly, really
not okay.
Okay, really quick. Hold on. Let me take the control of the thing because everybody's talking. You guys are talking over each other, okay?
And I'm just asking you a question. Do you understand what host bias is?
I have no idea what that is. Okay, I already answered your question. So really quickly. Yes, that is Mel's position that Charlie Kirk is radicalizing individuals. Mel, go ahead and finish your thought.
So, if you're not going to be able to actually say anything and then own up to it, maybe you shouldn't spew the verbal diarrhea you're clearly spewing. Average debate enjoyer, you keep referencing the Mother Jones thing. I actually haven't seen a Mother Jones article that agrees.
Oh, muted.
And you haven't posted shit in the side or gone through shit. So until you do that, until you post something on screen, I have posted many links for you to respond to because I am not a coward. I can actually back up what I say.
I posted my citation.
Why are we calling each other names? Did I call you any names?
Provided to you guys. Jake has it. Castle has it. Indian Jesus has it. I just don't have you on social media or anything, so I can't.
So the side chat's at the side. We can post a link.
So everyone else has it, and so I mean, if you and I never referenced a Mother Jones article. I referenced their database, which I did a breakdown on as well. So
okay, well the PBS database disagrees with you.
Okay.
Wow, PBS.
I only found two databases that were all the mass shootings, 170 to 190. And
okay, well, that last link I posted is a database.
It's almost like the numbers are skewed for a political purpose because people are getting different responses.
A sociological analysis of country hate music. No, just take your time with it, buddy, because like White Supremacy and Hate Crimes by Becker. Right? Like you can see which ones are going to give you data sets.
Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think we can go through all of the data, etc. On this type of stuff. But what we can do is kind of visualize.
I'm actually confident. My opponent's only performatively confident.
Okay, fair enough, Mel. But yeah, I don't think we can kind of go through all of the data sets and see, because I would say, like, when it comes to, for example, categorizing BLM, I do believe that I believe it's the FBI statistics or one of those that they categorize political violence. They actually don't categorize BLM as a political event or political violence in general, right? So I think
on right-wing violence, this isn't a database of mass shootings.
Right, but I said to you, there's clearly things in here like white supremacy and hate crimes by Becker, because I can actually say the names of the people who wrote the things that said the thing. Because again, I'm just slightly better at this thing. Not great, but
okay.
Better.
Mel, database. You're just making shit up and not addressing any of my. Like, I have 4 arguments unaddressed. You're getting cooked right now. Everyone's laughing.
All right.
I actually love getting.
I
actually love getting cooked because here's another link. You're going to act like it doesn't do anything. Because again,
I would believe that based on how you're performing here, I would definitely believe that you have some type of masochistic kink.
Yeah, and I would believe that you have performative confidence because I've posted yet another link. You're going to pretend like it doesn't say anything because that's the best you can do.
Say a thing. Like, just we're here to
have
a debate. So say the thing. What is the thing that you're
definitely worse on the right.
Okay.
So we're all gonna are we all gonna stop the conversation?
Can we?
So Jake, I mean, if you want to pull this up,
I can post.
Yeah, we could do that if you want. Do you want the last one that you sent me? No.
Oh, whatever you. Yeah, I think the last one. If you don't want to figure out what's in the database,
well, which one do you want me to pull up? That's what I'm saying.
The last one's fine.
Okay, we could do that.
I'm looking through the sources. They end in 2008, where my study is currently caught up every mass shooting till 2025. So they wouldn't even include any of the trans mass shooters that happened in the last 6 years. If you stop in 2008.
So,
like I said in the beginning, even though
that doesn't tell us about right wing or left wing, because not all trans shooters are left wing.
Aren't they though?
If Blair White shot up at school,
Blair White is not a shooter. You said trans shooters.
The right wing
don't know that they're all left wing.
70% of the public does not believe
that all trans people are left wing. Then you can't actually say that with any confidence because again,
are all white supremacists right wing though? Like, let me ask you that.
Maybe there's a bunch of left wing white supremacists, and exactly what we're talking about. All the violence is coming from the left. We talk about the political horseshoe. We talk about the apolitical meme culture. I bet you there's a lot of white supremacists who are very happy with trans ideology and all that stuff.
Yeah. Actually, I can give you an example, Indian. I believe it's Richard Spencer, he's actually very liberal. He voted for Trump the first time around, and then he voted for Biden the second time around. He actually hates Trump now. But yeah, he's an individual that is a liberal, and he's a self-proclaimed white supremacist.
Yeah.
So I mean,
and the Yahtzees were socialists. Good one, Jake.
No, I'm just pointing out an example. I'm giving you a name. Like Richard. I believe it's Richard Spencer or David Duke. I think it's Richard Spencer. But he did.
Being trans is not something you choose to be. The political ideology you follow is something you choose to do.
No, so but I've seen his. But I'm saying, like, he's a self-proclaimed white supremacist.
You can say that all you like, but it doesn't actually tell us about the trans thing, right? So
no, but because the whole. Yeah, but I'm backing you up. Like when you were saying, like, not all trans individuals are on the left, I would say, yeah, probably not. But there are, I know, but listen, but there are some people that are white supremacists that are on the left. And Richard Spencer, who's a leader of
ideology works.
But he's a leader, but he does have leftist ideology.
No, you're just gullible and taking his word at face value, not actually critically analyzing the things he says.
Okay, so do you believe that he's right wing?
Yes.
Okay, even though he voted for Joe Biden, he went on to debates. He's talked about his story, how he doesn't like Donald Trump, that he thought Donald Trump was one thing, and that he's a grifter now too. No, he's not, dude.
Grifter.
Oh, grifter. Okay, he's also a grifter.
Just calm down. Right. Maybe my words will come
through. But the thing is, Mel, when you just call somebody a grifter and just dismiss it, it's kind of like it's kind of odd tactics here. Like I can actually prove to you that Richard Spencer, who's a white supremacist, votes Democrat.
So
he has
he's okay with the things like the rise of immigration. He's denounced the great replacement theory.
He's an individual that believes in feminism. He stated that. I don't know about the great replacement theory, but I have heard him talk on
feminists.
that he believes women should be in the workforce, like any little thing that you believe on the right wing.
First wave feminism.
He's 100%
feminist in 2025, Jake.
Okay. I'm saying that when you talk about a white supremacist, you think of, oh, these white supremacists want to put bitches back in the kitchen, right? He doesn't have that ideology at all, right? You're talking about the white supremacist is the extreme. He's literally an extremist, and he doesn't believe women should get back into the kitchen or anything of that nature.
And that's not even get into the white guilt version.
I think when you hear him talk, that filter in your brain that makes you hear something from a leftist, and you're like, that must be wrong, turns off, and it turns into a filter of, oh, this person must be right, because that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
No, dude. Listen to what I'm saying here, Mel. I'm agreeing with you that not all trans people are on the left. And I gave you an example of a white supremacist who is on the left. So not all white supremacists are on the right? You would agree?
It's analogous.
Yeah, but would you agree that not all white supremacists are on the right?
No, it's an ideology that exists solely on the right.
But okay, I just gave you an example
Can you steel man what Jake
I literally just demonstrated it.
And it sounds pretty stupid because he doesn't actually say anything that's fourth wave feminist, which is where we're at now. And you're taking what he says and just running with it instead of actually using critical thinking skills, which I'm sure I can further demonstrate if you want to keep doing that.
Okay, go for it. Yeah. So what are the critical skills?
Okay, what's another claim?
What's another claim
he's made
that not on the left?
Jake, what's another claim you've made that convinces you that he changed?
Oh, so we're just not going to address that. You just said you were going to do that, and now you're asking for a different claim.
Well, Jake's on the defensive right now. I'm letting him.
No, I'm not. Look. No,
you just said you're happy to do that, and I said, okay, let's do that.
I need to find out what lines.
Talk about something else.
I need to find out what lines along he's been convinced, so I can dismantle them. That's why I'm asking him.
Oh, so you're assuming without any information that it must be that it's something screwy. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So again, like
now you would have to look into that to confirm.
I'm not the one making the assertion. I'm interrogating it. Part of my interrogation.
So Mel, when I talked about feminism, that was one example. Another thing that he's for abortion. He's for abortion rights and women's rights, etc. Like that's an example. I don't know total abortion, but he's for abortion.
Why does that matter? What does this have to do?
He's for abortion.
What is he? If you don't know, what the limit. Wait a minute. Most people who support
do you think he supports abortion all the way to the 9th month? I don't know, but he supports abortion overall.
Is the Kirk shooter we're talking about?
No, it's Richard Spencer. Because again, I just gave an example that not all white supremacists are on the right. And Mel made the claim that not all trans people are on the left. And I said, I agree with that. But most of these trans shooters tend to be on the left.
Okay, I want to continue my interrogation. So I don't think you've actually, and this will end with a question. I don't think you've actually heard him say anything that's pro-abortion.
Yes,
because usually when they say, I'm pro-abortion, they say up to a certain term because they know that's going to be used against them, unless you're a grifter who wants to piss people off, of course. So if you can, sorry, this is more of a prompt, but it's the same thing. If you can find me a clip of him saying I'm for abortion up to this point, then I will believe he's doing it genuinely. Otherwise, he's again probably getting people like you to get outraged, so you'll talk about it.
I'm not outraged at all about it. I mean, he just has these basic bitch Democrat leaning type of shit like you do, Mel. I'm just saying.
But what are you using, Mel, to make that assertion?
Critical thinking skills.
Okay, so a critical thinking about what? What is it that you've critically thought about that has led you to this conclusion?
And what I actually know about, for example, abortion.
Which is what? That's what I'm asking you about. What is the information that you use critically to think about Richard Spencer and come to the conclusion?
I know plenty of abortion rights activists. I know how they talk. And the way that Jake just described.
Well, I didn't say he was an activist. I said that he's fine with it. Go ahead, Tyler.
I just think I can clarify a little bit here. So there's different ways to classify left and right. And going by the classical definition, anyone who's a eugenicist or a religious extremist, like radical Islam would technically be considered right-wing violence. Anyone who's a racial eugenicist or whatnot, anyone who wants an ethno-state would all be classically right-wing, reactionary, right-wing things. But that old school Overton window versus what we see in the United States today, in the United States, our right-wing party was talking about banning all Muslims. And our left-wing party wouldn't even call Muslim extremism what it was. So that classic definition of left and right, and then the current definition of left and right, we're bouncing in between those to talk past each other.
Well, I was going to say, too, I think that what's his name? Now I'm like forgetting his name. Someone remind me.
The thing that does link them.
Who are you talking? Wait, hold on. Whose name are you talking about? Richard Spencer?
Richard Spencer. Sorry, I don't know why I forgot it. But the thing about him is, and I think I get what you're saying, Jake, in that like not everybody can be, characterized in these two camps. But to Mel's point, I think Spencer is a little snaky because he's more of what I would consider a populist. I would consider him a Democrat, honestly, because I kind of put him in the same camp as like a Nick Fuentes, right? Like Nick Fuentes, he comes out against Trump a lot now, but I wouldn't say that he's a liberal for it the same way that Richard Spencer says he voted for Biden, but I wouldn't, characterize him as like a liberal either. So I think they kind of play these games and become a little snaky in that way. And I would put both of them as more populist. Like, I don't think Richard Spencer still wants like H-1B visas coming into the U.S. and is like really big on maintaining a white ethno state still, even if he claims like he's pro-abortion. So I think he's just a little bit snaky. But again, that's kind of beside your point, because I'm sure you could find a leftist white supremacist out there somewhere. I don't know him. Sure. I've never met him, but I am sure there's one person out there who will ruin it for us. But yeah, I think Spencer is kind of like, I don't know.
I can see your point. I can see your point. I can see your point of how like you wouldn't trust an individual, etc. there. But at the end of the day, look, I'm just saying from what his voting is and what I've seen him on interviews lately, especially he got a lot of traction. That's what I saw there. Okay. And that's all I'm saying here. But my point is that I'm giving an example of somebody that backs up that point, right? That's all I'm saying. But yeah, going back to it, as far as like the trans shooters, etc., right? I would say, is there a trans shooter as of recently that was on the right? Like I get it, not all of them are left, but I think the vast majority of the trans shooters, especially lately, I think there's been like 10 that I can name. We're all on the left.
Yeah, I
with their ideology.
They were
so
on the right or not, based on what has come out. For me, and this is just how I feel, regardless of if they are on the left, like I think a lot of these folks have like mental issues. And so I think the big piece of a lot of shootings these days, and even the Kirk shooter himself, who wasn't trans, but I think people said he had like a trans relationship or something like that. But a lot of this really comes down to mental health and mental issues with these folks. And I'm not saying if you're trans, you have a mental issue, but if you're shooting somebody for political reasons, I think you do. And so I think that's where it comes down for me. I really don't want to like demonize the whole community. I wouldn't want to demonize the right or left, but I think that's, for me, it's like, oh, this is the trans shooter right, or it's a trans shooter left. It's like, okay, it's kind of irrelevant. A person's dead now, so we should try to like see what we can do to fix this instead of creating more of this,
Well, that's what I was saying. Then you're like, oh, nobody's going to do that. I'm like, okay,
well, nobody has
that's
been.
what people should do.
But I agree they should, but I'm trying to say, I'm not saying no, we shouldn't, but I'm saying the way we get there, I think, is where we may differ. And I think the way we get there starts at the top.
That's kind of back to, I just wanted to respond to that because that's the point he made a while ago. I've been sitting on an answer for.
Who?
Castle.
Sorry if I missed it.
No,
me on my point. Oh, okay.
You made that same point like a half an hour ago. I've been waiting to get back to it. So before we jog off in a different direction, let me get these notes out of here. So what you're saying, what you mean by fix it is like Charlie Kirk wasn't doing anything that should be fixed. He was out debating people on politics. He's never done anything violent. He's never incited any violence against anybody. You can say in some abstract way that he could be blamed for some crazy person doing something, but if you want to go that route, every single politician can be blamed for that. The fucking Kamala Harris called Trump a fascist. Any violence against a right winger that
I'm not saying I didn't blame
that would be stochastic terrorism. I'm just saying, like, how would we fix this if what we saw was an escalation into an assassination of somebody that clearly did absolutely nothing wrong?
So Charlie Kirk did incite violence.
Hold on, Mel.
That's a crime. He's never been charged with that.
Hold on. Go ahead, Castle.
I'm not saying that.
Hold on, Mel.
Or he caused it.
Go ahead, Castle. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all good. What I was saying is that Trump is the person, and you mentioned politicians. Sure, you can blame people on the left and right. Trump's made statements about Democrats being fascist too, but I'm saying why? Why is he doing that? If you want to blame Jasmine Crockett or whatever, MTG, Ilhan Omar, Lauren Boebert, these are instigators. And at the end of the day, Trump shouldn't be trying to emulate that himself either. I think the president of the United States should be the one trying to get both sides to stop, because both sides in Congress are definitely doing this. So if he's not willing to do that, we have a huge issue. It's a huge problem.
Huge.
Can I jump in and give you? Can I jump in and give you the perspective that what most of the people on the right or supporting Trump or whatever, what they heard from what you just said is that the vigor with which Trump has brought to the political landscape to attack, the establishment, the woke, whatever you want to say, is a bad thing. And that's just not what a lot of people think. Now, we can get into the different levels of, this specific quote or that specific quote, but the general strength that Trump is bringing to the landscape is exactly why we voted for him. And so you could say
I disagree, because a lot of people, what they say they dislike.
You disagree with why I voted for who I voted for?
No, I'm talking about your party who voted for Trump. A majority of people, when you ask them what you least like about Trump, they're like, I don't like the tweeting. I don't like his social media. They like his policies, but they don't like the rhetoric. And I think that's what I'm getting at. They don't like what he's saying. Maybe that's why you voted for him. But I still think a majority of Republicans think that's the worst part about him.
So, okay, I misunderstood. I agree with you that, he could definitely run his mouth and whatever. I do like the fact that he uses that for that's not really relevant. But so, yeah, okay, I can agree with
like it though.
I do like the cultural effect that sometimes it has.
I'll admit I like his tweets, especially back in the day. But go ahead, indeed.
Yeah, I do think there are times when he has said bombastic things that were needed to be said. Now, again, if we want to get into each individual quote, there's some that I do like, there's some that I don't like, and especially lately, I'm not really on board. But the point is, you're trying to say, oh, Donald Trump is doing this, and that should not be the case. But that's just the basic, fundamental political disagreement that we have between left and right.
Wait, so your argument is that he should be saying bombastic, terrible things because it's his? It's his right. He can definitely say it, but I don't think it's good. No. Okay, wait, what? Okay.
So I'm saying the way that I'm specifically talking about what you said before I started. I'm saying the way that people hear that, oh, Trump has brought this to politics. I know I'm not quoting you specifically, so sorry, but
paraphrasing.
Yeah, but and that's a bad thing. But you need to get into the specific quotes before people are like, yeah, I wish he wouldn't have said that. But in general, the notion of he's finally pushing back against the people who are calling us fascists and Nazis and second class citizens and all that. We want to react to that, and fine, you could say that's a bad thing, but that is a very reasonable and widely held position.
And by the way, Castle, just to give you some kind of insight with you, Castle. Back in 2016, 2017, when I first, started, supporting Trump and I was wearing the hat, I got attacked on multiple occasions for wearing a MAGA hat, bro. It's not something that's been recent. Hold on, Mel. Mel, hold on. Mel, hold on. Let me finish my thought. Mel, let me finish my thought, please. Mel, can I just finish my point? I'm talking to Castle, not you.
Say stupid things?
I'll let you finish.
You shut me up before. I've been sitting here quietly.
Bro, you've gotten Mel, you've gotten the most talking out of everybody, Mel. Tyler's been quiet, Castle's been quiet.
Trump is influential in that he has power.
Listen, bro, listen. Mel, let me finish my thought before you make an argument. Let me finish my thought to Castle. Hold on.
You got him here, dude.
Okay, it's stupid. Just let me talk then. See, this is the thing about the left, bro. They don't let us talk. They don't want to debate. Come on, dude. Not you, Castle, but there are some individuals on the left that just want to.
You literally had to shut me down.
No, I'm not shutting you down. Let me finish my thought, please.
You submitted Castle's point.
Let me finish and let Castle address it. Let me finish.
You're dodging an L right now.
Bro,
Why do you have
listen.
zero accountability? Is
Oh
that
my
performative
God.
confidence
If
again?
it's such a big L, then it'll still be an L in 3 seconds when
Not
he
if you
finishes
don't- not-
talking.
not
The
if you'll
host
never
is
let
telling
me
you to
talk.
shut the fuck up. So shut the fuck up.
Jesus, you've talked as much as I have, you fucking idiot.
I'm not interrupting the host.
So, Mel,
shut
Mel,
up.
Mel.
He's arguing.
Mel, I've been very nice. I've been very nice here. I'm just asking politely
This
to
is a 3v2.
please.
Then
I'm
admit
asking
this
very
is-
nicely to be
I'll
quiet.
shut up
Let
if
me
you admit
address
this is a
Castle.
3v2.
Let me address, bro.
I'll shut up if you admit this is a 3v2.
How is this a 3v? You're the one that invited Castle, dude. You're the one that invited Castle.
Oh, average Tyler did.
That was me. That was me.
Secondly, you're a
I wanted-
host.
I wanted at least one
Shut
person to
your
challenge me.
fucking mouth, and if you're gonna get things wrong, I'm gonna tell you you're wrong.
Okay. All right, dude. So let me finish my thought to Castle. I'm talking to Castle right now. Let me exchange with him, please.
Yeah, keep taking L's.
Okay, I'm taking L's, bro. Just be quiet really quickly. But really fast, Indian Jesus, this super chat comes on your end if you want to read that.
Doing very well, Tony Baloney. Thank you so very, very much. And don't forget, guys, while I'm on screen, any channel that gets a super chat, that comes with a treat for Morty. So thank you very much.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much for the super chat. That goes to that's you, Indian Jesus, right there. So really quick, Castle, just to kind of enlighten some of the perspective here, is that even before he got elected, he was already being called a Nazi and all this type of rhetoric before. Misogynistic. You remember the grab him by the pussy? Oh, he hates women, etc. This came from Hillary Clinton. He gets elected, and I didn't vote for Trump the first time around. I wasn't really too politically savvy to I was paying attention, but I wasn't, I wasn't really sure on what's what here. So in 2017, yes, I got behind the Trump train, and I was wearing the hat. And I got attacked on multiple occasions for wearing a MAGA hat. Right. And this was only like a year into his administration. But before he even got into office, he was already being labeled a Hitler and a Nazi and all this other rhetoric that they were telling Trump. So again, us as the supporters or people that supported Trump were getting attacked because the left did not like Trump. Go ahead, Indian. Did you have something?
And I wasn't, the entrance of Trump was really the reason that I started getting into politics, and I didn't know much about anything. And so I was a slave of the mainstream media. I was a never Trumper. I was a Bernie bro, but then, they screwed him over. And I felt like the world would literally end if I didn't vote for Hillary. And that is, I've been a drug addict. The most shameful thing I've ever done in my life is cast a vote for Hillary Clinton. And I was so scared of that brainwashing that I didn't vote at all in 2020. It wasn't until 24 that I was like, okay, this is a decision I'm happy with.
Don't worry, you're not a bad person. It will not be the worst vote you've ever done in your life. Hillary was, she's at least from the far worse than I think. But to your point, Jake, I'm not excusing political violence. I'm just talking about why is it necessary for Trump to say what he is? And I'm not sure I understood Fletch's point there, because it didn't really address what I was saying. Like, there are tons of things I could point out to even recently where he's just not learning. And I guess what your point is that because he's being labeled and people are being attacked, it gives him the right to do that. But maybe I'm misconstruing your argument.
No, I'm not saying that just because he's getting labeled, that means he has the right to say, whatever he wants. Trump has always been a guy that kind of is very bombastic, right? He's always been like that, even before he came into politics, right? But what I am saying is that when he first got elected in, yes, he's a businessman. He wasn't a politician. He was an outsider. He got scrutinized, of course. And just like Indian Jesus said right now, he felt like he was a liberal, and he felt like voting for Trump would have ended the world, because that's how he felt at the time, before Trump ever taking office, So this was already a narrative pre-Trump getting in, and I think it's been lingering and been much more amplified today than it was 10 years ago or 11, whenever 2015 was, right? 10 years ago. So I think that's what a lot of the right wingers are talking about, where the rhetoric itself has amplified after 10 fucking years to the point now we're seeing an assassination attempt on Trump. Now we saw Charlie Kirk get blown out, right? And now we're seeing like the BLM riots, etc. I think this is like, I think it's something that you guys need to address. So it's not like something that's new. I think we do need to talk at least about that, And
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Kaz.
Well, I was just going to say, and I'm not saying it's because you're new to politics or you just voted for Trump in 2017, but my God, when Obama was president, people were calling him the Antichrist and says he was going to kill your grandpa and grandma for Obamacare. Like
that was like that's like every politician, bro. Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying is like people on the extreme sides, like you said, if you voted for Hillary and Donald Trump won, it was the end of the world. That's what Trump voters thought in 2020, and they thought that he rigged the election against Trump. So there's these extremists on they're extremists on both sides who will go after politicians. As the leader of the country, you have to ignore it for the better of the country. And that's all I'm saying is like Trump can take these hits. I know he has thick skin. And he has to lean into that because right now what he's doing, he's saying, you know what, I'm going to label the people across the aisle this way and I'm going to tweet this way. And I can because I'm president and I won. Again, you won. You can do that. But it's not helping us heal. And I think that when we talk about the 2028 election and what's going to come out of that, I have no idea. And I really hope it's not bad. But I don't think the temperature is going to be toned down any more than it is today. And that's what I'm fearful of.
Okay, fair enough. Really quickly, $2 super chat comes on Indian Jesus' side. Hey. Gummertech says, now is a good time to remember impulse control. Thank you so much for that. And another one from Tony, another super chat on Indian Jesus says, one more treat for Morty. It's been a while.
There
Are you sure that super
Thank you
chat
so
wasn't
much,
for you,
guys.
Jake? Because again, you're supposed to be the host, and this is clearly
No, it's because he's simul streaming. That's why. So like any super chats he gets, I can get them and put them on my screen.
Yeah,
That's
if
for
guys
you
super
when you
chat
said
Jake,
the impulse control comment.
if you guys super chat Jake, Morty still gets a treat.
Yeah, there you go, guys. So any super chat on my end or his end, it'll show up on screen. So it doesn't matter here at that point. But okay, let's shoot out actually really quick. Adam, Catman says Kirk would like to debate Mel about violence.
I don't know how to get to hell.
Okay. See, okay, there you go. Mel doesn't know how to get to hell in order to debate Charlie Kirk. That's the response there. Okay, let's shoot it out here. Mel, we'll shoot it to you. What's your thoughts here with Castle about, or anybody that wants to start here with the last thing Castle said?
Oh, well, okay. So as I pointed out in my intro, all of your confidence is performative, your integrity, your strength, and the fact that this is a 3v2 is the ultimate proof of that. So very good hosting skills, by the way, Jake. It's been the right that's been taking advantage of mental health more than anything. If you look at how they misinform people about trans people being the problem, stuff like that, like that's not stuff that flies with people who can critically think well. We know that people who struggle with mental health also struggle with critical thinking skills. In fact, I'd even call the right wing exploitative with how they treat mental health, whereas the left actually, wants most people with mental health issues to get treatment and not to believe propaganda. Jake, you're letting you a while back now let our debate enjoyer lie about Kirk not inciting violence. Somebody who talks about great replacement theory is talking about an imminence of need to do action. And then when you when you have quotes like prowling blacks and saying things such as it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment. So I guess Charlie's just a little statistic, and we're just going to have to get over it. And Castle's point was specifically that Trump should be the one who tones down the rhetoric because he is super influential and has the biggest microphone right now. You literally demonstrate that when you tried arguing against him, which pretty much means you conceded the entire argument that Trump influenced you.
Again! You literally said that burning Teslas excites you.
I'm sorry, do I get to finish?
We're talking about political violence, not Trump good or Trump bad.
You only pretend to have standards
then you'd be
about
right.
who cuts
Then
over
I said,
who
yes, I like Trump's
when
strength,
you want
and
to.
then you would have won that debate. But
yeah, this is a
not
clown
the debate
show
that we're currently in.
Cool. It's a clown show where people can actually interrupt each other so long as it's your side. Very cool.
Okay, so Mel, go ahead and finish your thought here. That I proved the point. I proved the point because I wear a MAGA hat and people attack me because of my political views.
No, because you were influenced by Trump. Because you were influenced by Trump. It proves he's influential. And as I keep on demonstrating, your integrity is performative. Your strength is performative. You only have rules for thee, but not for me. You let your guests cut me off, but you don't let me cut them off.
It's Mel. You've been cut. You literally cut me off for like 5 minutes when I was trying to talk. What are you talking about?
Because I had also sat for 5 minutes and let you have a back and forth when you're supposed to be a host, not a debater, unless this is a 3v2.
No, look, I'm asking questions. Look, the only one debating right now is me, is you debating everybody. I've had a good conversation with Cassell.
Said wrong things.
Dude, I've had a good conversation with Cassell. Me and Cassell are not, we're not debating. Me and Cassell are having a conversation. Okay, I'm asking questions here. You're the one that's attacking right now, Mel.
Like this, you're not good at this.
Okay, I'm not good at it. Okay, fine. Look, I'll get better, bro. All right.
I'm having a good time.
Thank you.
I'll do my own panel. I'll show you how it's done. I'm starting season October.
Put one in the chat if you think Jake is doing amazing right now.
I think I am. I think I'm doing a damn good job. But right now, I'm trying to discuss with everybody here. Okay, I'm asking questions that a lot of people on the right, are kind of wondering out. And Mel, I appreciate your input here. Okay, and I get it. But again, the whole point of I guess attacking me personally, it is what it is. Let's just kind of move on here with that because it's kind of stupid and useless here. I'll shoot the mic out to somebody else here. Tyler, go ahead. You have something to say.
Yeah, I got called a liar, so I want to address the fact that Charlie Kirk has 0 citations, 0 arrests, and 0 for convictions of the crime that is incitement to violence. So calling Charlie Kirk inciting violence is in fact a lie. Not only is it a lie, if
everyone who incites violence gets caught for it.
For defamation because it's so dishonest.
Everyone who incites violence gets caught for it.
I shut up while you were talking. Time to shut up. You are blatantly lying. You are blatantly lying, and you are now being exposed as a liar over and over and over again. You said you posted a citation of a different database, a different mass shooting database that was going to show me that most of the mass shooters were white, and I was wrong. You never did that. You gave me a study from 2009. You are completely dishonest. Next, you talked about the Charlie Kirk Browning of America when he was quoting the New York Times, who posted that and said he was talking about great replacement theory. So in a way, he was committing stochastic terrorism. Well, if we flip that argument back on you, calling him a fascist is stochastic terrorism. It was written on the bullet. That was you. It was in the chamber. That wasn't the one that was used to execute.
I think fascists should be
I'm still speaking. Please shut up. I'm still speaking. So using your own standard again, you are saying that anyone that's pushing violence, we went through the mass shooting database, we went through the sexual assault spike, putting trans women in women's prisons, those people are committing violence. Anyone pushing gender theory is still committing stochastic terrorism, and by your own logic, we should go out and kill them. And
way more
cheer for it.
Yes,
so
you're wrong again.
Cheer for it. 78% of the country in the biggest poll does not think gender theory is real. It is an extremist view held by only 18% of the country, all on one side of the aisle. So, in your own opinion, Charlie Kirk was pushing mainstream views, and he was quoting the New York Times, and that was lying. Everything you said was dishonest. You haven't made a good point tonight, and I feel bad that I brought Castle into this.
You just got outraged.
He actually wanted to debate this giant document that I put a lot of time into, and all you're doing is making it up and lying. You've lied multiple times.
Are you going to land the plane soon, buddy?
Enjoy that massive L you're getting fucking handed right now.
Okay.
At least I can land my plane.
All right. So really quick, $2 super chat. No, I'll give you the plane right now. Really quick, $2 super chat comes on. Of course, Indian Jesus side. Mel doesn't want a taste of their own medicine. Go ahead, Mel, and respond to actually. I'm sorry. Another $2. I'm sorry, man. Another $2. Jake is so based. Thank you so much, Adam, for that. Really appreciate that as well. That's on the Indian Jesus side. Go ahead, Mel.
Damn it! I took a bite of a lollipop. It doesn't matter that there's trans shooters because there's equally more cis white shooters, and particularly the more cis white you get, there's a point to it being more right wing. You know why? Because white cis het privilege exists. Thank you for playing.
Cis is not a word. You made that shit up.
I'm wondering, was that to me? Because it didn't address the massive amount of dunks I just did on you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
wasn't the question about you calling Tyler a liar, and then he was not a liar, and then you just didn't answer the question or address the point like you've been doing this entire time? Are you talking?
Are you just like a feckless yes man or something? Like, holy shit.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess so. You figured me out.
I think it's true love.
So,
did I post something?
Hi, I'm still responding to him.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll get to you, Castle, after that. Mel, go ahead.
You just got mad that it was posted by the New York Times and everything else was just a bunch of misframings of my argument.
Remember what we say about people who assign motives to things that they don't understand.
All right, there you go. Castle, you got the floor here. You wanted something to say.
Yeah, just to kind of point us into a different direction, maybe a little. It's like, let's say all political violence was on the left, right? And it exploded under the past 8 years, 10 years, whatever it may be. I still don't think that means anything. I mean, you could say that, okay, well, the left has a problem with violence, but it's getting worse. And that's kind of my point, is like, even if it's all right, all left, it's getting worse, and you can kind of see it in the graphs. And I'm not sure if Tyler has this data on his end or not, but you've seen in the past 10 years, both the left and the right, whether you want to argue on how they gather the statistics or not, it's increasing on both sides. So even if it was all just left-wing violence, my point is that it's not coming from nowhere. And I think that's the problem, is like, okay, you can blame Biden. It happened under Biden too, but it's been getting worse since Trump was elected. And that's where I want to kind of see is like, well, what happens if it's just all left-wing violence from out here too? It's coming from something. And I think that we have to address that.
So if Charlie Kirk thinks that watching public executions is an initiation for children, does that mean his children are initiated?
Find that clip, because I am 1,000% sure you're taking that out of context.
Does that mean his children are initiated now?
Find the clip.
Yeah,
I guarantee you are taking that out of context.
Yeah, I remember seeing the full context of that.
If I had to guess, based on actually watching Charlie's content, I would think that he was being hyperbolic in talking about how we need to bring back taboo and shame and not let everybody just do whatever they want, because that destroys society.
Yeah,
Media Matters has more integrity than you do.
Mel, really quickly. Your claim was Charlie Kirk says what kids need to watch execution, right?
Public executions, it's an initiation ritual.
Okay, I can look for that while you guys kind of.
I posted it inside chat already.
Is it the full context?
There's a video there.
Media Matters has more journalistic integrity than any of you. So
yeah, but does it play the full? Does it play the full context?
It's not even the full sentence. It's like 5 words out of the sentence. And then
how long do we need for full context? Just to be clear.
No, it's 4 minutes, I believe, right here. So this should be full enough. So that way we can get the full. We can all react to it together. So this is something Charlie apparently is for public execution for children to watch, right? That's the claim here. Correct?
And I will say I do appreciate you actually watching this.
Yeah, we can watch it here, and this is the claim. We can kind of go through it together here.
And actually, before we start, real quick, if it is the case that Charlie is saying, yeah, we should be taking children to public executions because that would be based. If that's the totality of the message, then I will, just like I'm asking from the other side, mea culpa, I was wrong, you were right, Charlie said a bad thing, so on and so forth. But I don't believe that is the case.
There you go. All right, we can do this.
Is this Jack? The last time that in Belarus they used capital execution here was in 2019, and it was by firearm.
Yeah, that's how you should. By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many appeals. Expensive. It should be public. It should be quick. It should be televised.
Well, this can't be right, can it? The last execution.
So can we pause right there real quick?
Yeah.
So the point of what he is saying there is that the being on death row forever and all these appeals is not good. If it is such the case, shut the fuck up. If it is such the case that somebody is
Mel, let him finish.
That it should be
times, and you let him.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. I know what my ideas are, so you can just ramble on your bullshit.
Indian Jesus is about to
Go ahead.
Indian Jesus is about to poison the well here, showing that his claims that he wanted the full context were totally facetious.
Well, hold on, Mel, because he didn't say anything about kids yet. We're not even done. We're not even done with the full context. Okay, Indian Jesus is just talking about the at least the label here.
Context.
Just okay. Well, we're gonna go through it. Hold on. Just shut up and let us just fucking wait, dude.
Just saying, being inconsistent.
Mel.
I'm gonna practice that. Facetious.
Okay, go ahead, Jesus. Go ahead and finish your thought here, and we can move on.
The bottom line was exactly my prediction, that he was saying that this should be something that is an extreme thing in society, not that it just goes willy-nilly. That was what I thought that he was going to say, and so far, we are going to continue. That seems like what he's saying.
Okay, there you go.
1977.
100% true. They used the guillotine.
Until
the whole way.
77?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
There's videotape of it.
Honestly, that's like what we should be doing, and I agree. It should be public
And
should be public
televised.
square.
By the way, you could
force
fund the
kids
government
to watch it.
You could have like brought to you by Coca-Cola.
Okay, so that's the host that said force kids to watch it, and then he laughed. So just for clarification, maybe Charlie Kirk later says, no, I agree with you. We should force kids to watch it. So it looks like he made a joke there. All right, so we'll move on.
And no, I'm not kidding. By the way, I would totally tune in to see some pedo get their head chopped off. Convicted by a jury.
By the way,
peers.
that's gonna get.
No, I'm talking about a real thing. I'm not talking
All
about
executions in Belarus are by firearm. That's
No,
not a choice or anything.
Andrew's saying don't make kids watch it, and I think no, the
Well, I
absolute
think at a
opposite.
certain age, it's an initiation.
16, if you
I
can
think-
drive, you
Certain
can
age.
watch
Hold
it.
on.
Not
You
even
see-
There it
I
is.
also
At a
said
certain
you
age,
look
it's
at
an
some of these
initiation, like I
savages,
said.
Like in Indiana, there was this guy that went in and killed.
Yeah,
a
that means
pregnant
not
woman.
children.
Yeah, but that wasn't Charlie. Charlie didn't say it. It was the co-host.
Just said it.
No,
Go back. He just said it.
Yeah,
It
he
was-
did say at a certain age, but the implication of that is, well, not children. People
Not
who
children.
are old enough to at a certain age, when you're old enough to understand what's going on.
Yeah. So again, the co-host said we should watch. He said, yeah, at a certain age, and then he continued.
Why wouldn't you say no children then?
That what?
Wouldn't you just say no children?
No, he said that this
He's
co-host
agreeing
right
with
here,
that.
the bald white guy said
He's agreeing with him.
So you
no, he
agree
said
that
at a
Charlie was
certain
not-
age.
So you agree that Charlie was saying not children, but you're
No.
mad that he didn't specifically state not children. Even
So again,
though
you're lying about his
His-
take. We should go
I'm
back.
asking you a question. I'm asking you the
Go
question.
back. Go back 20 seconds. You can hear him say, at a certain age, it is an initiation.
Yes, I was
Did I
the
just
one who
say-
said I
That's
agreed
the
with that. And
correct
then I
quote.
gave you the explanation that specifically means we don't want young children watching that. That is the explicit purpose.
No, it
of
doesn't.
saying at a certain age. So what is the purpose of saying at a certain age? What is the context?
If you don't want young people watching it, then you say you don't want young people watching it.
What was the context of at a certain age?
The
I
same
know
sort
you're not
of
good
thing
at
like
answering questions, but I'm gonna hold you to this one. What did he mean by at a certain age?
you know when like NAMBLA
What did he
people
mean by at a certain age?
Yeah, I'm answering you. You know when NAMBLA people say like at a certain age young boys start becoming attractive? Like that.
What?
No, I don't know. Only you follow Nambla here.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about there, but
I guess using words is hard for
How
some
did you
But-
people.
determine? How did
No.
you determine so what age was he talking about then, Mel? What age? Was he
like
saying? At a certain
5,
age?
6, 7. What?
Okay, so where did you get that? Where did you get that number?
It could be any number so far.
Okay, any number. So it
You
could
just
be
made that the
18.
fuck up, didn't
It
you?
could be 17. It could be 20.
It could be 0 children. So then you would just say no children should watch it.
Well,
You
they said
idiot.
kids.
Year-olds
So
and children, and if you decide that 15 is old enough to understand the complexity of what goes on with the death penalty, then that's not a child, or excuse me, that is a child, but that is still old enough.
You
You are
should bring
making
them
a
to see it in
false
public.
dichotomy
Got
that
it.
by
You bring
saying
them and
old
see it in
enough that
public. Got it.
includes children, when it is the explicit opposite.
So we should be like the Nazis and bring them to see it in public. Got it.
what? Okay, I don't know if the Nazis did that, but nevertheless, really quick.
The Nazis did public executions? Are you an idiot?
Hold on, dude. I don't know if Nazis allowed fucking 5-year-olds to watch it. I have no idea about that part. All right.
Them and don't
So,
leading to Hitler
hold-
youth.
Jeez, Mel, calm the fuck down, dude. Chill the fuck out. All right.
I'm
I don't know
sorry,
if
but,
that,
like,
okay,
fucking
look,
Hitler-
no, listen, bro. I'm saying I don't know if the Nazis allowed 5-year-olds to watch executions or any of this shit. Maybe they did. Yeah, probably so. Okay, fine, forever, whatever. I don't give a shit. Listen, a $2 super chat comes in from Adam. Mel's heat on Kirk is so lame. Thank you so much for that. That's on your end right there, you Jesus. But yeah, we can continue on with the video. All right, chill out, Mel. Stop fucking losing your mind. All right.
Just that we don't
Stop.
skip him.
Stop losing your fucking. Okay, stop losing your mind though, bro. All right, chill the fuck out. I rewinded it 20 seconds. All right, so that way we can hear what he said at a certain age.
and her 3 kids.
Castle was
And
trying to
you
say
know what?
something.
Oh, go ahead, Castle. You needed something?
Yes, sorry, I had a. If I need a shout, just let me know. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah,
but
jump in.
yeah, sorry. But I was just gonna say, like, to the point of what Kirk was saying, I guess you could really. I mean, the thing I kind of understand where Mel's coming from, and honestly, both sides is like where he says like he doesn't really give a specific age. Like you could say there's a certain age, and I mean, is that like when you go from 9 to 10 years old? Is it when you go from 17 to 18 years old? So like, I guess you could really make an excuse there. But to the point of the public execution point, I think if we're talking about toning down rhetoric, I think the worst thing would probably be to start publicly executing and shooting people. I mean, I saw the video of Charlie Kirk getting shot. It was disgusting. I would never want to see that again. And I understand, like, you're doing this for criminals, but still, there's so many things out there. There are people out there who are literally on death row who then get off death row. They become the Innocence Project and all that. I'm not saying everybody is on that as innocent, but like the trouble there is I don't want to start watching people get put to death. That's going to not really tone things down in my mind.
Fair enough. Tyler, you had something.
All right, I want to address some baby back bullshit that I heard when we brought up NAMBLA here, because NAMBLA seems to be on the left. And just like when Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 random left-wingers, he hit a pedophile and 2 wife beaters, I think that we need to go over and review the morality of the person that says Charlie Kirk dying is a good thing.
So where's your proof that NAMBLA's on the left?
The fact that all of the principles are explicitly not in line with the right. That's how that works.
It's also not in line with
There's
the left.
There's no paper that says NAMBLA's on the left, so therefore they're not on the left.
That was
It's not in line with the left
obnoxious.
either.
Why does it say that? But you can take this crazy interpretation.
Hey, are you going to tell this guy to calm down at any point?
Shut the fuck up. You can take this.
No, you're going to let him have a temper tantrum, but not me?
Well, he's responding here. Okay, I'm letting everybody talk. Just chill out.
Actually, I wasn't done. I was saying that just because NAMBLA doesn't agree with the right doesn't mean they have to agree with the left. They also disagree with the left. The left does not like pedophiles.
Okay, there you go. I'll shoot it out to you, Indian. This is another super chat for Indian Jesus. Starch Manning says Project 2025 Christian nationalists, dorks plus racist old billionaires equals not patriots. Don't care about the Constitution. Supremacists, not democratic. That's thank you so much for that as well. Indian, did you finish your thought here? Or
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, Tyler.
Weeks ago, there was a transgender individual being chased by ICE in New York City who sexually assaulted a 14-year-old in the bathroom. So I would say that, PDF files tend to be left-wing quite a bit more often. And
do they?
We saw, who was Jeffrey Epstein donating to and pounding around with for 50 years, long after Trump banned him from his club, huh?
Catholic priests or left-wing sports coaches tend to be left-wing. Got it.
Catholic priests, you see 10 times the rate of child molestation in public schools than churches. Get the fuck out of here with that. Baby back bullshit.
Even though it's clearly institutionalized by the right wing, but whatever.
Love is love. Cross-generational relationships is the same paper that gender theory came from. Sexualizing kids to say that they know their sexualization so much.
Doesn't mean those papers agreed. So you're
age of 6, they know what gender they are. That also means
there's
that
actually more white people. There's actually more white guys your age who have molested children. So I think you're also a PDF. I think you're a PDF. Based on that, based on what I've said,
gender theory.
Based on what I've said,
okay, Mel.
Based on what I've said, that there are more people your age who have molested children. I think you're a pedophile.
All right, so let's chill out on the name calling, Mel. That has nothing to do with anything.
Oh well, he just pedal jacketed all trans people, so it goes both ways.
Okay, all right, that's the argument there. It is what it is. Is everybody ready to move on with the reaction here? Because so far I haven't heard Charlie Kirk saying that he wants 5-year-olds or children in general to. I haven't
heard him say only adults though either.
Okay, well we'll finish we'll finish it right now, really quickly. Emerald Gibbs with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much for the $10. Richard Spencer is absolutely a left-leaning socialist who advocates for all sort. Can I just get through this chat, bro? Hold on before you reply to him. Richard Spencer is absolutely a left-leaning socialist who advocates for all sorts of socialist policies. NAMBLA was the internationally recognized LGBTQ advocate and rights organization. All right, you can go ahead and reply to that, Mel.
You need to get Gibbs up here. If you want to send him a link, I can if that's okay. But secondly, I know I was complaining about it being a dog pound.
Yeah, well, hold on. Yeah, you were complaining about that, Mel. So now you want to bring Gibbs? He's gonna Yeah, no, he's gonna rip you a fucking new one. You bring him on here, dude. Like it's gonna get crazy, and you're not gonna let him talk. So I don't think that's a good idea.
I'm afraid it's a bad form on here. Also, I just want to point out, Yahtzees totally supported Trump's policy, so I guess that can, and Charlie Kirk's rhetoric. So I guess that means that they're both Yahtzees. Thank you for playing.
Okay.
Oh shit! Mel just won everything.
I do it more than you realize.
I know, right? You're just like, I mean, we're on this plane of existence, and you're just like out there, crazy.
Who did the wow thing? That was awesome. That was funny. Okay. You've got a good soundboard technique. I can give you some respects for that. Have you heard the yippee sound bite? Because that one's really funny. It's like a really high pitched like yippee.
No, but can we get back to what we're talking about, or are you just trying to
acknowledge my sound bite?
Vacation. I like it. Mel's trying to come back into the fold. I appreciate it. Thank you for the candor.
There you go. All right, let's move on with the react. I did rewind it 20 seconds because Mel did ask for that, so just bear with it here.
Well, I think at a certain age, it's an initiation.
16, if you can drive, you can watch
but hold
it.
on.
Not
You
even
see,
16,
if
I would
all of a
say-
sudden you look at some of these savages, like in
Not
Indiana,
even
there was this guy that went in and killed a pregnant woman and her 3 kids.
Yeah.
And you know what? I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice. You think children should have... You should see it. What is the age? At what age should you start to see public executions?
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12,
Whenever-
6th grade or so.
Okay, so it's the co-host. So the co-host is saying 12. The other guy said 16.
Person, old enough.
Can I just point something out?
Yeah.
Since you paused it, don't you think that if he disagrees with his co-host, he would say something here?
Well, he's letting them talk, like the way
His show,
journalists.
like,
It doesn't matter. He doesn't have to be outraged.
He's a bad host.
Yeah, like me. I'm a bad host. I let people talk. I'm sorry. I'm a bad host. So really quick.
That's the issue.
He might get there. He might get there in the video. So you just maybe push.
Yeah, just let it go. But again, your claim was that it's young children. It's the bald guy that's saying 12 years old, and I disagree with that. But
it's maybe not even 16 is what Charlie said.
yeah, did he say that? Maybe not even 16.
He said if you're old enough to drive, which might mean 16, but I still think that still counts as children.
Okay.
Also,
but
No,
let me point something
you
out.
tried to present this as that he wants to force young children.
What do you
watch
think public means?
executions, and we've seen exactly. And I'm happy
do you
to
think
continue.
public means?
I'm happy to continue watching this because I am very confident that it will back up my position that you made that shit up in your mind because you hate him.
What do you
Yeah,
think
like
public-
Mel,
what do you think-
you did
what do
say
you think-
force. You did say force. He's not saying that we should force young children. You did say force.
Okay,
Like
but what do you think public means? Do you think that means that there's an age?
yeah, like
restriction
on the
it?
internet. Yeah. Well, I would say that there should be an age restriction. I agree with that. But however,
Okay,
I'm not even in favor of the
public,
death
right?
penalty. I'm just saying that it's not what Charlie is saying.
But then it won't be public, right? Like at that point, because you can't do things in public without children seeing. That's your whole contention with Pride.
like for example, public as in like I was thinking public as far as televised because that's what Charlie said, like televised. That's what I'm thinking. He said public. He never said like on the streets for everybody to see. He said public
also-
like televised. So
Also
so that's
said that.
the what?
He also said in the streets.
Did he say in the streets?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
he
you know
said-
what? We've been confusing host and Charlie. I'll
Okay.
admit, maybe I've done that a couple times.
How does that change the principle? He's not trying to force anyone
Because you
to do
can't,
anything
you
about
can't
anything.
protect kids from seeing that. That's your whole issue with Pride.
Well, no, you could definitely protect kids from not seeing pride parades by not letting them go there. like that's very simple. So no, yeah, I would say that if you're going to do a public execution, now I'm not saying I'm for it, but if you're going to do it, yes, you would have to have age restrictions to make sure children are not around, or underage children, whatever the case is, whatever the age limit is, are not around to see it.
Jake, if I ever hear
Okay,
you
but
talking
in
about-
pride parades, it's a family friendly organization where they have guys walking around with their ding dongs out. I would say that could be prevented if parents didn't just bring their kids there, and it's advertised as a family friendly event.
You're actually
So
mad at
so it
but
could
you're
be
mad at-
prevented. It could be prevented. Yes.
you're mad at the parents for bringing them there. Just to be clear.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Parents shouldn't be bringing them there, and they shouldn't be walking around with their ding dongs out in a quote unquote family friendly
Actually,
parade.
Pride,
But
like I know I've been leading you on, but that doesn't actually happen at Pride.
Okay.
I was
All right, fine.
just-
Let's not get into the pride thing there, but you asked for a comparison because you're the one that brought it up. I'm just addressing it right now. But again, Charlie, at this point, he's not saying that they're forcing kids. He's not advocating for force.
I never said he was. So
You did. You did.
No,
though.
I didn't.
Okay. What was your claim? Go ahead and say it again. Charlie said what?
Watching a public execution is a ritual, is an initiation ritual. Does that make Charlie Kirk's kids initiated?
Well, when is he going to rant about initiating kids by watching that as a ritual?
He's already said it's an initiation ritual.
It was kind of a throwaway comment. Does he go into any more detail for clarification on what he meant by that?
Well, Jake, I have some
Because
news for you.
I don't know what he meant by that.
He doesn't even know when to host and when to debate.
No, but I'm asking you. We can look at the full context. Does he talk about the ritual and what he means by that?
He said, I think when he says it's an initiation ritual,
What does he mean by that?
An initiation ritual is a type of ritual, Jake.
I know that, but does he go into clarification of what he means by that?
He's saying it's a rite of passage. It does.
When did he say that? Okay, well, we'll continue the video and see when he says that. Okay, so you're claiming he said that.
Yeah, initiation ritual, which means rite of passage, which
is
a well-known American thing.
Yeah, but you're adding in words he didn't say.
Because those are synonyms.
Yeah, why are you adding in? You're putting words in his mouth, though. That's my problem with you. Is that he's not?
I'm saying that
if he said it's an initiation ritual, by the way, when he said that, other people were talking over him, so I didn't hear a clarification of what he meant by that. It was kind of a throwaway. Does he get into detail about that later in the video? Yes or no?
You don't seem to know what initiation.
Does he get into details about it? Yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, then why are you making the claim?
The reason
talking shit.
He's already said it, and the reason.
Yeah, but what does he mean by that? Does he?
You were wrong.
Hey, Jake, listen, I'm not done. The reason I'm reframing the term initiation ritual is because you either haven't been through college or you have been, and your initiation ritual is so intense that you incurred very clear brain damage. So I'm actually, I would put money on the latter, but even though I don't think you went to college, but when it comes to it, I was using a different set of words in case that would actually mean something to you. Because if you don't understand what that means, then are you even human? Like, are you?
Well, because the thing is, an initiation ritual can mean a lot of things. Like, for example, when I was running, I'll give you an example, bro. I'll give you an example.
It means you must go through it.
I'll give you. Yes. I'll give you an example. Like, for example, when I was doing, when I was in a band, we were in a heavy metal band. When we would add in new members that came into the band, the initiation that we would do an initiation ritual. All right, was you got to chug some beers. You got to do shots of beers 3 times in a row in order to be in the band. And it was us just kind of like, stimulating this type of thing. It had nothing to do with death, had nothing to do with any of that nature. But yes, there was initiations with every group. So again, Charlie Kirk doesn't go into details. A lot of these things could mean a lot of other things. Does Charlie go into any details about it? I asked you, you said no. So your claim automatically is already there's no clarification for it. There's no clarification for the claim.
Context is children. There is no other group he's referring to. And oftentimes when we say initiation rituals not initiation rituals, but initiations for children, we mean being initiated into adulthood. It's something you got to see before you become a true adult. Like, or
it could mean that you need to see it in order to be a conservative or a Christian. He could mean a lot of things. Or you need to see it in order to be a liberal. Like you're doing a lot of assumptions that he didn't say. Do you understand when I say that you're putting words into his mouth?
I think that makes sense because you don't know how words work. That was indoctrination you were describing there.
All right, really quickly, Angry Snowman, the second, with a member for 2 months. Much appreciation from Angry Snowman. Great guy right here. Says, Mel's family tree grows in a circle.
Well, I don't know how that's actually possible. Secondly, that is actually how it works for you.
No, actually? Wow.
So anyways.
That was the worst response to that.
Okay, if you can explain to me how a family tree grows in the circle, I'll be happy.
They're talking about incest. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about incest. It grows in a circle. That's what he means.
Can't create a circle where you're your own parent, though.
Oh my god!
You're in Georgia.
Can we get back to the video or the discussion or whatever we're doing?
I'm surprised he did not get. I'm sorry. I'm really surprised that Mel did not get that metaphor there. But anyways, let's get back to the video.
That is how he's reproduced. Just to be clear.
Okay. All right. So, so I'm waiting for Charlie to talk about initiation of a ritual and manhood, and we'll see.
No, he's already talked about initiation. So
He didn't talk about any of that.
Wrong.
It was a throwaway comment.
back to the beginning. Oh, he did. You just lie. You lied.
No, dude. I acknowledge that he said those words. I acknowledge that, but he didn't go into detail. Did he go into detail? Am I lying about that? Did he go into detail about what he meant? Did I lie about that? I did not.
About kids being initiated. You don't have to. We're talking about.
Oh, so you just don't have to clarify what you mean on anything. You could just justify it. Charlie Kirk's a bad guy. He doesn't need to clarify what he means on anything. He deserves a bullet to the neck. Okay. That's fucking crazy, dude. What the hell are you talking about, Mel?
You're putting words in my mouth.
Mel can read minds.
Now you're putting words in my mouth. My actual position is that he's a fascist, so he deserves a bullet in the
Putting
neck.
words in Charlie's
Okay.
mouth. Oh, same. If that's bad, then don't do it.
There you go.
Indian Jesus, sometimes you really just shouldn't talk, buddy.
Always you shouldn't talk. Always you shouldn't talk.
I don't care. Grant you your birthday wish, okay? Is it actually your birthday? Because then I'll grant you your birthday wish. But if not, then I'm not gonna do that. I'm not like a slut.
What?
Okay.
Well, it's clearly your birthday wish. And look, if it is your birthday, maybe I'll
Suck my
consider it.
dick, bro. Is that what this is about?
If
Is
that's
that
your
what this is
birthday,
about?
well, now you're just self-reporting that's your birthday wish. So good job.
You said Okay, I'm not.
All right. So, yeah, weird. Anyways.
Yeah, clearly
So-
comedy gets lost on you people easily.
So, Mel, you already admitted that the rest of the context doesn't actually back up what you're saying. It was a throwaway comment, and that was your claim. And
No,
there's
the rest of
nothing.
the context does back up that he means growing up. Part of growing up is seeing a public execution.
Okay, all right. Well, then we'll continue then, and we'll see if he goes into detail about part of growing up is seeing public execution. All right.
You know that, like, sometimes you can.
Can we just watch the video? If what you're claiming is true, the video it should come out, right?
Because
Where
you
he comes.
keep moving the goalpost, but sometimes you can.
That's
take
what
things-
you said. I'm using your words, bro.
You take the
What's
things that
going
the
on
left
here?
say. You take the things that the left say at face value all the fucking time.
Yo, what's going on here? I'm taking your words at face value. You said that he said that the ritual of being a man requires seeing an execution. I'm like,
it's
okay,
not.
cool. Let's see where he says that.
No, he already said it.
And
When you're
he
talking
didn't say
about
it though.
kids,
He did not say those words.
You're talking about kids, and you're saying something is initiation. You're talking about growing up.
What does that mean? What does that mean exactly? What's part of growing up? What does that mean exactly? He didn't go into details. That's you're putting in words. He didn't talk about growing up. He didn't use any of those words.
In order
Mel,
to
can
grow up.
Mel, can I ask you? A
Okay,
question?
dude.
Can I ask you a question about this specifically? So, would you agree or disagree with the notion that understanding the reality of what death means is part of growing up?
No.
Well, that doesn't surprise me for you, but I think the rest of us can
No.
agree that there are
Yeah.
certain things that when you're a child, you're not ready to deal with the reality of it, and death is one of those things. Sex is also one of those things that we don't want to push on children.
And now
I was
you see
aware
why
of that.
Gambler
I was
is in the
aware of
LGBTQ movement, huh?
I was aware of death when I was like 6. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe
that explains a lot.
You're a fucking.
Doesn't it? I'm a lot smarter than you all.
I guess so, Mel. Okay. Wow. All
I
right.
hope one day I could be as smart as you. Just
One day. Yeah. I didn't know the concept of death at that age, but
And put it on your birthday list. And when it's your birthday, I'll consider it.
what is your
consider what?
Can we just go?
All these things he keeps on saying he wishes were true. He wishes I would shut up. He wishes he could be as smart as me.
Yup.
Well, it's not your birthday. I don't owe you shit.
Oh, okay. I see.
I wish.
Wait, wait. You do owe me shit on my birthday? So when is my birthday?
Mike, I'll consider it. I'll
Is that-
consider it.
Is that the precedent that you're setting?
I'll consider it.
Oh, come on, Mel. You gotta shut up for his birthday at
The
least.
weakest fucking people. The
Well,
weekest fucking
You
people.
could be a total piece
Hey,
of shit
it's
to me.
a
between now and
hypothetical
then.
joke throwaway that you're saying if it's my birthday, then you'll grant my birthday wish. And even that, you can't stand on.
Well, you
even
could-
that, you can't back up your own
If
shit.
if you start being a total piece of
It was
shit
a
towards
joke,
me,
and you could have said yes. If it's your birthday, I'll give you whatever wish you want. We would be like, oh man, such a funny joke. Let's move on. But
Okay, look, I want to get Cassell's opinion.
I'm not a slut.
Okay, I want to get Cassell's opinion because he's been quiet here. Cassell, based off of what Mel was saying, that they need to be. Charlie Kirk is saying that these kids need to be initiated into manhood. I didn't hear any of that explanation. Am I crazy here?
So
And be honest, please. Am I crazy?
Yeah,
well, maybe
I'll-
but you're not wrong about this.
I'll give kind of like a favorable interpretation of that is that at the very least, it sounds like if you're 16 years old, you should be watching these things. And again, to my point, like I just don't think that should be happening or
I
at
agree.
all.
Sure.
And
agree.
if you say children, yeah, I get it. You can kind of say that he's not saying children there, but at the very least, teenagers, and I'm just not all for that. So that's where I stand.
Fair
I just don't
enough,
think
fair enough.
teenagers should watch it. Yeah.
Fair enough there. I'm just saying it was his co-host that said 12 and the other co-host said 16.
Yeah.
You know, Charlie.
His co-host went a little more extreme.
Yeah, and I would agree. I would disagree with the co-host here, but we're talking about Charlie. The co-hosts don't represent Charlie's point of view.
He's paying them.
So what? I can pay, dude. I can pay people for different opinions all the time. What are you talking about?
He's their boss. He should be telling them, shut the fuck up. You're making my channel look bad.
No, he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do it because it's called dialogue. It's called debate. It's called conversations. This is what the right does. Yeah. Something that the left doesn't. The left will censor you and cancel you for something like that, and they'll interpret it away and then get you fired from their job. They've been doing that past decade. That's the problem here.
Jake, dialogue doesn't mean that you sit there and basically head nod through silence.
Well, how about
somebody says on the same show as you something ridiculous, because there's something called optics by proxy. When you stand by somebody saying shitty shit, that makes it look like you support it.
They should die, right?
But
they should die.
Here's my position is that instead of having Charlie being guilty by association, how about you just listen to what Charlie's actual opinion is rather than having him guilty by association? That's ridiculous.
Oh no, he is. Like this is his show.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. So every time, okay, well, everything you've been saying on my show, therefore I believe it.
No, because you've been trying to shut it down. You clearly agree more with your own side because you haven't been shutting that down.
No, well, I haven't shut down Castle. Castle's been saying, well, I could see this point, blah, blah, blah. I've disagreed with Castle. I've had conversations.
Right. So if Charlie Kirk says, no, you shouldn't be 12,
are we going to talk about what's going on here? Like you're just lying. No. Can we get into it? You were wrong about that. We can either continue the video and see if you're wrong more. We can go back to
if Charlie says, no, it shouldn't be 12, then you're right. If he doesn't, then I think that's called tacit support. And if you don't know what that is,
let's continue the video then. Fair enough. I completely agree. Let's continue the video then.
All right. I think Indiana just wants to continue the video. We can do that.
Well, you don't need to like really wallow in it and have them be broken on a wheel or anything. But if it was something like chopping, if we had a guillotine or something.
I think it's the age where they can't be, I think there's too early and you become desensitized to maybe like this. I think it's when you can actually embrace.
But it should also be taken in a holy way.
The meaning.
I don't mean holy in a bad way. I mean that like this is heavy.
Like
this is heavy.
Kids who are 14 who are committing carjackings
100%.
in cities and doing bad stuff. And I think if you sent the message to them, if you do a bad crime,
100%, yes,
you will die, and it will be like this, and that will be...
No, he said 100% that there's 14-year-olds that are carjacking. He said yes, 100%. He agreed with that.
Likewise,
that's true. There are 14-year-olds that are carjacking.
So when Charlie's saying...
What are you doing? Like, stop poisoning the well, Mel. Stop.
When Charlie says that it's heavy... Then again,
that means that's
what
heavy.
What he means is that heavy means that we should be doing it to children because that's a good thing.
Semantic obfuscation.
Am I going to be able to respond, or is this a clown show?
Mel.
Nobody is shutting you down. Say what you want to say.
Every
time you open your mouth, you're crying out, not being able to talk. Just talk.
So I was going to respond to Jake Jesus, but you started opening your flap trap. Then shut your flap trap.
All right, Mel, go ahead and respond to what I'm saying here. Again, you're putting words in his mouth again. Go ahead.
Recognizing the gravity here, then I find it interesting that he's not speaking up even more against his co-host who just said, let's do it when they're 12.
Maybe it's because he already understands, and normal people can understand that you don't need to specifically say, well, no, we don't want 12-year-olds, because that's the nuance of the conversation that is going right over your head.
It's just so easy to say that, why would you say it?
So Mel, you're upset because Charlie is not outraged like you would be, right? Like, because Charlie isn't like, wait, what the fuck did you say? Get the fuck off my show, you fucking lunatic. Get off right now. Because he didn't do that, you're saying he's a bad person. He's actually agreeing with his co-host, right? Is that what you're saying?
Minors to violence.
Okay, so that's not on purpose. So again, none of that happened. Okay, this is not him fucking signing on this. This is four people having a conversation. Okay, that's all it is.
People who want to terrorize children by showing them violence on purpose to like pedophiles. They want to harm kids.
Yeah, and Charlie mentioned that. He said, "Look, I think this is damaging. It's heavy stuff." Charlie talked about that.
Well,
He's literally disagreeing with the fucking bald guy.
We can definitely agree that we don't want to hurt the children. Which part of
they're minors? If they're under 18, they're minors.
That's the left.
And Charlie hasn't
to
said
mutilate and destroy the mentality of children.
No, you just don't understand how trans healthcare works. And
no, I understand it.
Oh boy,
Charlie is not going to say it needs to be over 18 during any of this because he clearly agrees with doing this to minors.
Okay, Tyler, you had something to say here.
I have to go to a second panel that's starting in about 4 minutes, so I was wondering if you're going to do closings, if maybe I can give my
Mel, do you need to leave as well? Cassell?
But I don't even have a closing. I just wanted to say, Tyler, it's actually been nice debating with you. If you do want to go through any of this, I'm going to be doing my own show, my own lives, and awesome. I can reach out if you want.
Yeah, I mean, we've done Grid Show maybe 5 times together already, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah,
you don't have Grid Show anymore, but okay.
That all being said, I kind of just wanted to go through my opening again really quickly. What we have seen over the last 20 years is the Democratic Party taking what they view as protected classes, and they've been covering for them, downplaying the violence, downplaying the rhetoric, downplaying what we see from them, and actually blaming it on the right wing. We saw it with the radical Hamas-supporting Palestinian activist that tried to burn down Josh Shapiro's house because he told his family that Biden was a genocide supporter and too right-wing for him. He said, vote Trump in opposition. And they said that was enough to classify him as right-wing. We saw it all over Twitter, and even tonight we heard that the shooter that shot Charlie Kirk was actually a far right-winger when all the evidence and all the people that can see the details of the investigation are all reporting otherwise. And from what we can see from his social media, his text messages and Discord, it's otherwise. We have seen this since Islamophobia. The public's too bigoted to actually be told the truth about who's committing these terror attacks. We've seen this with black crime. It's actually the police that are violent, and the root causes, and society's actually white supremacists. So they're the violent ones, and the people that are actually being out there being violent at 5 times the rate of the general public, they're not. They're just, innocent baby angels. And we move into illegal immigration, where we have 13 states and 600 cities that are all sanctuaries, ignoring federal law for the sake of millions of criminals so that law enforcement can't do their job, and when they try to, the attacks against law enforcement go up by 1,000% this year. So we've seen this tactic over and over and over and over again. But if you strip away the silly studies that only look at one type of political crime and look at all of it, it's very, very clear where this is all coming from. I'm average debate enjoyer, YouTube only now. Fuck Twitch unless Gibbs needs me to jump on there for something, and otherwise, you can check out my OF too.
Okay, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. By the way, Mel, could you send the link to Angry Snowman? Castle, do you need to leave as well?
No, I can stay. I was just saying thumbs up to Tyler.
Okay, cool.
Good seeing you. Thanks for the invite.
Are they Joe in Discord? Because I don't think I. Oh wait, who's Angry Snowman again? Is that what's his face? Oh,
yeah, that's. He's a white guy with a beard. Angry Snowman.
He used to have the title. Is it Chase, right?
I'm not too sure. I don't know his real name. Never known his real name, to be honest.
How come I can't find him in this server?
Hold on. I don't think I have Angry on my Discord as well. Hold on. Let me search for him.
Yeah, Angry, if you have me, you can reach out to me and I'll send you the link, but I don't think I have you.
I don't. What the fuck? Okay, here you go. Starch Vader. Hold on. Let me fucking get him on.
So really quickly. So while you're getting that, I just want to point out the fact that I exactly predicted what was going to happen. I was not familiar with that clip, that statement, anything about that, but I could tell from the way that it was presented and understanding where Charlie comes from and what kind of opinions he has, that he obviously was not saying what Mel was saying that he was saying. Then we go into the video, and I'm completely backed up. It's not because I'm a genius. It's not because I have a crystal ball. It's because I listen to people and I understand where they are coming from. And so it seems like use my emotions to try to make things into something else. I call it semantic obfuscation. taking the usage or meaning of words and twisting them and contorting it to make it fit your narrative, which is exactly what just happened. He said public execution, and that was twisted and moved into this idea that he wants to force children to watch this, and we all saw that that was not the case. Everything that you said.
Are you going to land your plane, dude? Like, holy shit, you had a 3-second pause.
Everything you said has been debunked. That's landing the plane.
Definitely not true. He still clearly supports terrorizing minors by forcing them to watch violence as part of initiation.
But that's not forcing. See, you said he didn't say forcing. You just used it again. You just told me that I never said he's saying to force them. Now you're saying force. See how inconsistent you are? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
I think you were the one who was put in that position. So again, try to keep track of your own.
Dude, you literally said no. Fucking, I didn't say force. Nope, and now you're saying force. That was you.
So my whole point has been that Charlie Kirk thinks it's okay to terrorize children this way. He seems like a pretty
by what? By forcing them?
I'm pretty sure most parents.
You just said force. He never said force in that video.
So is a bar mitzvah an initiation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do kids generally get to not to say like, no, I'm not going to go to my bar mitzvah?
Yeah, you could do that. But no, so what?
Actually, you can't. They're going to force you one way or another.
Yeah, but that's literally against the law, right?
My best friend, the person who this tattoo is dedicated to, didn't do his bar mitzvah. Jewish man.
There you go.
And the funny part is he had a tattoo inside his lip, and so he wasn't supposed to be buried in a Jewish cemetery, but we didn't tell his parents until after. So again,
it sounds like there could be some.
By the way, Indian, is there anybody on your side?
You've been doing this a lot, like saying like, oh, the way I presented this clip told you that it won't be. You just gesture at things, but you don't provide specifics. How is that specifically wrong? Because there are many reasons that children actually don't go through bar mitzvahs that aren't actually in their control.
No, but you said they would force him.
Exactly.
And that's just not true. That's your claim.
Many reasons
so what's the reason you're
qualify for it?
Mel, all right, really quick.
How's my audio? First off, is the audio good?
Audio's great.
But as far as the public execution, anyhow, nobody's forcing anybody to watch it. I mean, you could very easily not turn on the TV screen and watch it. You could very easily not take your kids or yourself to whatever outdoor venue it's at where it's taking place. You could very easily just scroll right past the shit and ignore it if you have a problem with it. I mean, this is the problem with the left is they've literally been telling the right for the last 10, 15, 20 years that there's freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom of consequences. And then when the right turns around and they start doing the exact same thing the left has been doing to the right, they lose their mind. The first instance we had of this was the Christian family that lost their business because they didn't want to make a cake for a gay wedding.
So I can say the same
thing. Think about that for a second, but all of a sudden, that was okay. And now all of a sudden, people that want to go out and say the most outrageously disgusting shit about a human being that got murdered in front of his wife and kids think that that's perfectly okay and they should have free speech without any consequences to it. Tell me how that works.
How long is stuff going to keep dribbling out? Because you take long pauses, dude. It's crazy. So I can say the same thing for the right.
How dare he?
Clearly with like Charlie Kirk, which by the way, I was going to go so that way we could even this panel because now it's 3v2 again.
Look, I'll be quiet here. Indian, let's be quiet. Cassell, you can jump in whenever you want. He's just been quiet.
I feel like I've been talking way too much. I'm sorry, guys.
No, haven't been talking enough, my friend.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
So me and Indian will be quiet here. Cassell and Mel. You guys have the floor along with Snowman here. So just kind of even it up, okay?
Yeah, I'll address, I guess, Snowman's point where it is ironic, right, that the left did kind of start this whole cancel culture thing and now the right is using it. So I don't think it's something that the left can complain about for sure. But I do think it's ironic that the right is now using it after they were complaining about it. But that's where we are with politics. So it is what it is. But that's kind of like goes back to kind of my theme of before of like, I really don't see how this ends with one side
Cassell,
turning the
if I can
dial
real quick-
back.
Cassell,
Yeah,
if I
yeah, go
can
for
real quick. Wouldn't you agree that if you were doing something and another group of people were doing something, and what you were doing previous wasn't actually producing anything, but what the other side was doing was actually producing results, that the proper thing to do if you're said group trying to produce results is you would actually imitate what the other group was doing that was producing the results that you're trying to also produce, right?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing.
So I don't find it stupid. It's ironic. I'm
Yeah.
surprised it took the right this long to start playing by the left's games.
Sure.
But
Yeah,
to
no, I
sit
don't
and
think
say
it's stupid either. I think, but that
or to sit
I
and say
think I'm
that there's
saying-
something wrong
Trying to
with
be
it. I mean,
better.
it should have been. People should have
And
already
didn't work.
expected that was going to be a path that they were going to have to cross eventually.
Yeah, but I agree. I'm just saying I don't think it's stupid. I just think that yes, it's ironic, but also that if that's being realized now, I don't think things are going to get any better when the left comes into power again. Is it going to get worse on the left? Are we going to go after the smallest things? Is the
That's a
right
good
going to
point.
get even more worse? So that's all I'm saying.
Cassell, I do, but
I thought this was going to be between the three of us because I have something to say.
I was just going to address something. Go ahead, Mel.
I think I don't agree with the framing that most of this started on the left. If anything, it's been coming both sides where things like comedy and the right pretending like, oh, we can say whatever we want so long as it's under the veil of comedy. Well, now that's being used against you and you all don't really don't seem to like it. But that's kind of like the thing, right? Like when we're talking about results, like we took the high road for a very long time thinking, oh, maybe they'll follow suit, right? But no, you all kept taking the low road, and what that does is it shows us that there is no results in us taking the high road.
That? Can you
So
give
now-
examples of what you're talking about? Because I don't really know what you mean.
Like, for example, if we show that we care about cancel culture, it's not going to stop you from doing cancel culture, or right?
Wait, maybe, but sure, but okay. So but you said the left keeps, or excuse me.
So
you
there's
said
no
right keeps on-
there's if you
what-
look at true game theory, there is no imperative for us to take the high road left. We may as well just take the low road because at least
I
we're
agree.
going to enjoy
But
it.
what I'm asking you is, you said you tried to do this, that, and the right kept doing this. So can you give me an example of that? I'm not sure what it is that you mean when you say that.
Right. So during the BLM thing, the Democratic Party would often say, yes, BLM has a point, but we actually need to focus on crossing the aisle and passing bills that Republicans are amenable to, because that's the only way we can get anything done, which is only partially true if you actually understand American politics.
So what was the example?
That during BLM, the Democratic Party through the actual idea of things like protest under the bus, they're like, you have a good point.
Right.
We don't,
right,
but we're going to announce your action.
Right.
And keep crossing the aisle, because the only way we can do that is by not losing favor with our Republican coworkers.
Okay, but it was about rioting, not about protesting. Do you
No, and protesting
And
too.
we were talking about the general
it's
public, not the
protesting too.
government.
It's
We were
protesting
actually
too.
talking about the general government, the general public, not the government, Mel.
During the 2017 DNC,
I'm just gonna ignore you, angry.
several Democratic politicians said we need to stop supporting BLM because we are not getting support in Congress and the Senate.
Yeah, several Democratic politicians also said that we
So
should
we
get
took
up in
the
their
high
face.
road.
We should get up in their face and we should make a scene and tell them that they're not welcome here and make them feel unwanted. That was stated by several. How is that not making some kind of left-wing extremist by literally going out and telling people to go out and get in people's faces? Are you serious? Are
Yeah,
you
because
completely
Ilhan
delusional?
Omar
You
and
just intentionally overlook all these things. I mean, that's the thing.
you're
that I've
referring to
noticed
quotes
this
from
whole 2
people
hours
like
now
Ilhan Omar.
is
Are-
I've
are-
noticed people
why
up
do you
here
ask questions and
concede
keep
your argument.
going? Why do you ask questions and keep going?
Your arguments, and you will.
Are all your questions rhetorical?
To absolutely anything.
Cool.
You think that everything your side does
You
is
can't
right
ask a single
and
question
right.
without answering it yourself first. That's really interesting.
Okay, so angry. You were stating like a question there. Again, when we had people like Maxine Waters saying, "Get into the face of these right wingers, show them X, Y, Z." Wouldn't you say that's stirring the pot, right? Like that's shooting up a lot of that rhetoric
Is
now.
that the general sentiment of the DNC in 2017,
a red light telling
or was
everybody
did
MAGA
Maxine Waters
Republicans
stand
are
out?
fascist and are the enemy of
Notice how he's talking over the person who might actually know what the Democrat said. So Maxine Waters did say that, but wasn't the majority sentiment of the DNC, by the way.
Wait, hold on. But you also had Joe Biden say that if we were in high school, Donald Trump, I would take him down to behind the bleachers and punch him, beat him up.
That's not even politically effective rhetoric. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah,
He's promoting violence.
Joe Biden also
Wow, you
said
get
that
easily
political violence-
easily egged on. You get
Inciting
so
political
easily
violence
blamed.
doesn't count unless it
What's
works.
it like waking up every morning knowing that you are so easily fooled into getting outraged over nonsense?
You don't think hold on, you don't think that Joe Biden, the president, the future president at the time, saying that,
Stay outraged about,
or was he the president oh yeah, he was the president at the time. Him saying he wants to take Trump behind the bleachers and beat his ass. Beat him up. You don't think
stay outraged about completely useless shit, because this just shows that your party.
Yeah, but that's inciting violence. Joe Biden.
Let's let Mel answer.
Any real solutions?
The solution is stop talking shit.
Hold on, Jake.
Yeah.
No, you really don't think
You
that
talk
hearing
the bullshit.
from your elected officials over and over and over again on left-wing media, left-wing propaganda, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, over and over and over again, that half of the country are domestic terrorists, fascists, Nazis, that they want to destroy democracy, that they want to end our way of life altogether, that they literally want to stop people from existing to be alive, isn't making left-wing extremists and creating this problem that we're talking about? You think that your side that you're advocating for is not culpable in this?
No, what creates left-wing extremists are fascists, because we tend to be anti-fascist. That's what you said. You
Okay,
said
so who's a fascist?
completely fucking
So which
mindless.
fascist did
You
what?
said something
Which fascist did
completely
what?
fucking
No.
mindless, which is that Twitter is left-wing. If you don't know, it's run by Elon Musk, and if you think he's left-wing, then you're illiterate.
Okay, great. So what? I don't even fucking remember what the fuck you said.
Yeah.
Which fascist did what? Which fascist did what? You said that's what happens when the response to fascism. So which fascist did what?
That's it. You asked your question. Which fascist did what?
I'm trying to engage with your point. You said the left is doing what the left is doing because they were responding to fascism. So I'm asking you.
Let me explain to you how to ask questions that can actually be answered.
I don't need you to explain it. I
question.
understand the question. It's my turn to answer the question. The question is,
you're
you
very
made the
convinced by your own
claim. You made the
schizophrenia.
claim that there was a
I know that
reaction
you're very
to
convinced by the
fascism.
voices
I'm
in your
asking
head.
you, what was
I
the
know
fascism?
that you're very
Okay,
convinced by the voices in your head.
So
But if
Mel,
I ask you what is
Mel,
it is doing, you can't actually answer that, because that question
Mel,
of details to answer.
So really quick, I can ask the question. I can ask the question for Indian Jesus here really quickly. So he's just saying that when you're saying you're an anti-fascist and your guys responding to the fascism of the right, he's just asking what is the fascistness, like whatever politician, what are they doing that's fascist that you guys are responding to them?
This fascistic nature that you are complaining about.
Yeah, what is it?
Oh, are you still asking the question? Because it seems like you have like a bit of like that leftover drivel that people with diarrhea have, but you have diarrhea of the mouth.
So Mel, I'll ask the question again. I'll ask the question again.
I can answer it
And
if
this
you
seems
want.
to be something that is conveniently apparent, and you guys do it all the time.
What's hilarious is I was about to ask, but you
answer questions directly. You start going to ad hom, the name
I was
calling.
about to answer.
So what was
Yeah,
the
I
fascism?
start with an ad hom, but then I finish with an answer. So
what was the
when we
What's
start,
the specific? Okay, what did they specifically do that's fascist that you guys are you? What is it that you're going after them for? Like, what is it?
right wing populism becomes increasingly nationalistic, promotes things like great replacement theory.
Okay.
Needs a charismatic, infallible leader like Trump to push their agenda. It has an emphasis on perpetual struggle, fighting against the other side because they're this horrible enemy, and the glorification of violence as a redemptive force, right? Like, kind of mad at me for doing that, but you like it when your own side does it. Isn't that kind of interesting?
And they were doing that since 2015, like the examples that you gave me, because I was being attacked in 2016 for wearing a MAGA hat. like right off the bat.
Yeah.
And there's what were the fascist shit that they were fighting against in 2016?
So Trump saying America's under attack by a group of immigrants. Another tenet of fascism.
Wait. So that's
another component. Fascism. This is number 8.
You're just going to throw a bunch of shit because you know that each individual
You're not going to. You do this. You can't handle the fucking.
Using the rhetoric that he did.
Okay,
so I know that's what happens in your mind, but I'm actually using
Can I
yours.
ask
So
you an
you
honest
claim
question?
that the fascism that he was using was talking about how we got invaded by immigrants.
Dude, just
Correct?
seriously, I
Correct?
don't
Correct?
want.
Correct?
The next time you
Correct?
talk, I'm just going to
Correct?
pretend like you're
Correct?
talking to
I
somebody
know
else.
it's going
Okay.
over your head, sweetie, but
all right,
you got to stick with me.
all right. So quickly, Mel, I get your. Okay, so you're saying because Trump was saying that we need to build a wall, like in 2016, we need to build a wall, make it high, because we had an illegal immigration problem. And you're saying that's fascist. Big beautiful wall.
It came from a great replacement theory that puts.
No, well, hold on. That was before that. I'm talking about 2016 because he's been called Hitler since fucking 2015, bro.
Jake,
So again,
Jake, you said one thing, and I said yes. That also.
Okay, but let's talk about that first. One point at a time. One point at a time. You're talking about immigration, okay? So one point at a time. You said because he wanted to build a big, beautiful wall. His words, right? In 2015, he was running on that. He won in 2016 for that.
That's not what I told him on.
Well, yeah, you said immigration, that the invasion, etc., right?
Yeah, and
So-
he does it through great
Okay.
replacement theory,
If
not
I
talking
could-
about.
Yeah, but no,
If
the
I
great
could just
replacement
get
theory didn't come in until a lot later.
You're confusing great replacement theory with border security.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You brought up the border, dude.
Yes, you are, because you're politically illiterate.
So I'm happy to give you the floor again to explain what you mean. What was the
I did.
fascism?
I did.
If
go
I
back
could
in
jump
the
in
box.
here,
Saying that
I know words with more than 3 syllables just go right in one ear and right out the fucking other.
All
but
right,
that's
so
not-
Mel's not going to answer. That's fine. That's fine.
Another
Okay.
ad hominem.
Yeah.
Castle, you had something to say.
Wait, Jake, that was dishonest as a host. I did answer, so fuck yourself.
Okay, fine, because of illegal immigration. All right, fine. Castle, you had something to say.
Dishonest.
being
You're
against-
disputing
I would
my
just-
argument. Again, dishonest. I said.
So,
it's
okay, fine. I will.
quoting the great replacement theory
Go
Okay.
ahead, Mel, you got it. Just talk
Okay.
over. That's going
being
to win
engaged
your
in illegal
real
immigration
over
is
all
fascism.
things.
All right, guys. All right.
Just
All right.
Just
Really.
trying to get this definition down. What is the fascism? She brought up illegal immigration, so I'm asking, or is it your position?
So you're spurging.
That-
just to be fair.
Is it your position that being against illegal immigration is fascism?
No.
Okay.
Then why
It's
did you
the-
bring that up? So what is the fascism? That's what we're trying to
I did not
ask.
bring it
What
up.
is
You're-
fascism?
yeah. So
You're
brought that up.
dishonest host. I didn't. That is not all I brought up. Your dishonest host is framing it that way, so that way people like you can do
No,
low effort
he
argumentation.
said that you were gish galloping, and specifically that
low
was the
effort-
only thing that you
all
brought
just
up. You
low
were bringing up
effort
7 million different things, and we're trying to
low effort
pin
argumentation.
down on one so that we can actually try to understand, so that
Low
you can't
effort
say these
argumentation.
vague things
All right.
Low
that don't
effort
mean anything.
argumentation.
All right. Indian Jesus.
so
All
I'd
right.
love to hear from Castle.
All right. We could. Yeah. Let's go. Castle, you had something to say.
yeah. So just in that point to you, Jake. Like I think back in 2015, a lot of the rhetoric Trump espoused was obviously he wasn't in office, so we didn't know what he was going to do. But I do think a few examples of back then that he did say that I think would espouse some type of authoritarian or fascist like speech would
Right.
be when he talked about I alone can fix it, or the press are the enemy of the people. And I think that's where people are saying, well, you're starting to encroach on First Amendment rights or free speech rights. And so I think that has evolved now into more obvious instances. Obviously he's been president twice now, but I think maybe back in 2015 those are like the few examples, are like endorsing violence at his rallies, or I'll knock the crap out of them and I'll pay for your fees, or targeting certain people. Like in his first speech, I think he was, calling the Mexican folks like rapists and all that stuff. So I think there were certain threats that he made and some certain speech that he made that may have influenced that type of feeling.
Okay. So okay. Really quick, Indian. I'll shoot it to you. He did mention about the Mexicans, and I already know where you're going with it. I'll give the floor to you to address those types of claims.
So all I'm going to say is I would have stayed longer, but I'm pretty sure at this point you're going to keep allowing people like Indian to say I didn't answer something when I actually did, which is just a bullshit debate tactic you all learned from Andrew Wilson, who can't actually win a debate against me. So when you can do better, you can slide into my DMs for a 1v1 debate and actually prove your fucking worth. Because as far as I can tell, the only person here who actually has any debate skills is Castle, and he didn't get to respond enough night because I'm
really the guy who agrees with you. Wow, it's almost
So
like
Mel
doesn't always agree with me, you dumb fuck.
So Mel,
God,
really,
you are actually
Mel.
stupid. Like,
Okay,
how are you this
Leave so the
clueless?
adults can talk. Leave
What's
so
it
the
like
Mel.
waking up? What's it like being up?
Okay.
What's it like being waking up? Being
Okay, guys.
terminally wrong. What's it like waking up being terminally wrong?
All right.
Like, being wrong is like your disease. And we,
Okay, Mel.
like,
Mel.
no, I want an answer. I asked him a
love
question.
it.
Why won't he
Okay.
answer my question?
Okay, you know what? I'll put you guys solo. How about a solo shit? We can do solo. Would you be okay with that, Mel?
Will Indian Jesus answer my
Yes,
question? Because he
I will answer any question that you ask
Okay.
as long as you afford me the same.
Okay. All right. We could do that. All right, guys, hang tight in the back. We'll give them 5 minutes alone for everybody. 5 minutes alone from Pantera. You guys got it? All right. I'll see you guys in a bit. Say that again, Angry.
5 minutes alone.
There you go. There you go.
you definitely need to clip that.
Yeah, for sure. I need to put it on the soundboard. All right, let's start off with the claim here, Mel. So I want to say the question originally was, what's the actual fascism, and we could just reframe it here. What's the fascism that Donald Trump is doing?
That's not the question I was asking, and
I'm asking because that was the original question that Jesus asked, right?
Well, like I said, what's going on here is you're going to pretend like I don't answer questions while you don't answer any of my questions.
Okay, this is why
So
we're
I
restarting.
wanna see
Mel.
Jesus
already
answer
agreed.
one of my questions.
Starting now, we will both answer each other's questions in good faith.
Okay.
As best as we can.
Okay, we'll do that. You know what? We don't even have to start off with that question. Mel, you can go ahead and start off the back and forth. All right, if you want to do that.
I won't just ask my ad hom question because it was supposed to just be I was just going to ask that and leave, but then you're trying to be amenable. So when Indian Jesus, when it comes to somebody who would be hypothetically fascist, is there any sort of degree where somebody can be so fascist that you would actually be against their politics?
Of course.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm glad you said yes. That's it.
That's it. So
Okay,
you
so
were
go,
under the impression
so
this
go ahead,
time
Indian.
that I'm in favor of
Yeah,
fascism.
well, you have a question too, so I'm letting you do it. I'm not going to like keep going on.
So I'm just so based on that question, that tells me that this whole time you thought that the opinions I was giving go down if you drill down on them, that I
No.
would be okay with fascism.
It's not representative of that because I'm not necessarily
Why-
I wasn't
why-
using that
why
the
would
whole
you ask
time. I was asking that because I need to think of a question that wasn't the slightly derogatory question I was going to ask before.
Okay, so you're making a further point.
I'm waiting for you to ask your question.
I didn't. My question was, what is the fascism? You said there was fascism that was a
Yeah.
reaction to the left. What is the fascism? You brought immigration, and then you you said no,
No, I didn't.
that position is not fascism. So yet again,
I did not say immigration. What I said is that when we start to see populist politicians prioritize the nation, nationalism over all things, and they talk about it being under threat through things like great replacement theory, things like transgender ideology, and talking about an enemy that's supposed to be simultaneously weak and strong, and they can't seem to figure it out, on top of saying that we need authoritarian measures to remedy them.
Okay, but you can understand the difference between being physically weak and socially strong by having numbers, right?
Sure, but what about everything else I said?
So the point is that, and I'm not even engaging in this, but when people are making fun of, oh, the left is so weak and whatever, I mean, look at me. I'm not in the position to say any of that. But you're presenting that as, well, how can they be weak and strong at the same time? They're individually weak, and as a group, because they are cult-like, they have strength in the cult mentality.
Except fascists don't really seem to care about the individuals. They only talk about the collective, and they'll talk about them as being either weak or strong as a collective.
Okay, I agree with that statement. I'm not really sure how that's relevant to what I just said.
Oh, because Trump does the same thing, and that's how I know Trump is a fascist.
How so?
With immigration, for example, like he'll talk about the terrible people, can't do anything, blah, 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 but somehow they're organizing to cross the borders and shit like that, right? Or just Mexicans in general.
Can we stick there? Because again, this is the exact misunderstanding that I had before. And that's why I asked you, is it your position that being against illegal immigration is fascism?
And what did I say last time?
You said no, but now you're bringing
Oh
it
my
up
God,
again.
finally figured
Now
it
you're
out.
bringing it up again. So that's why I'm confused, because you said no, and then you brought it up as an example of the fascism. I'm asking you.
No, I brought it up an example as talking about the enemy as being simultaneously strong and weak.
Okay, but so I just that. And that's not.
So I think let's take one point at a time. One point at a time. Mel is also saying that because Trump is shooting out the rhetoric about transgenders, that would also be fascism. Is that accurate?
No, that's reactionary. However,
that's reactionary.
I brought it up under the context of having an enemy that is a threat to the nation itself. Even though if you look at trans people, there's no way we're overthrowing a fucking nation. What's really going on here is that Trump is using great replacement theory and nationalistic populism like fascists tend to do.
So the great replacement theory would be letting in, for example, Joe Biden that let in 5 million illegal immigrants, 10 million encounters at the border, that he's letting in all these... Hold on. That he's letting in all these people because they want votes, right? The Democratic Party is using... Hold on. This is the great replacement theory. I'm just explaining it. Bro, I'm just explaining the great replacement theory. So that way...
Was it more or less than Trump? I want to hear you make that declaration. Was it more or less than Trump that Biden left? The amount of immigrants that Biden let in?
Was it what? Exactly? What's your question?
More or less than Trump from 2016 to 2020?
Oh, it was, that let in. Yeah, Biden let in approximately around 5 million illegal immigrants that stayed within the interior after he left office. When it came to Trump, it was around 1 million. It's not even close. So Biden did let in a lot more than Donald Trump. So
it's impossible because they not only did they let in fewer of them, they had just as many deportations as
but I could address that. It doesn't matter.
I'm not done because ICE basically had the same mandate, and get this: more immigrants were turned away at the border under Biden than Trump in 2016.
Good. And I'll explain that. So again, look, the numbers don't tell the full story here. When you're talking about encounters at the border, because we're talking about encounters, right? Encounters at the border under Joe Biden was 10 million. He was encounters 20,000. I think it was 20,000 a day under Joe Biden on average. Okay. So because there's so many encounters at the border, hold on, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Because there was so many encounters at the border, it's expected that a lot of them are going to get through into the interior of the United States after the administration is done. We look at Donald Trump's I'm not done, bro.
Politically expedient.
I wanted Indian Jesus to go back and forth with you, but now you're just spreading nonsense here because you're asking me questions. So again, when it comes to Trump's now administration, we're looking around 7,000 encounters at drastic difference there. So again, if he had the same policies and that you're claiming, obviously there's something else there that Joe Biden was, whatever the rhetoric was, they were allowing a lot of people to come to the border that resulted in 5 million estimated people to stay within the interior. So going back to the great replacement theory, going back to your great replacement theory, we do know that illegal immigrants tend to vote Democrat and they have kids, all right, that usually lean Democrat. So again, the great replacement theory that all us right-wingers are looking at is saying that the Democrats are allowing a lot of these individuals to play the long game. Hold on, to play the long... I'm not done. I'm explaining it to you, bro.
But that's not the question, is it?
Just mute her.
Dude, you literally... Because you're talking about great replacement theory, and I'm just trying to explain it. No, I'm just trying to explain the great replacement theory so that you guys can have a debate, and now you're disagreeing with it.
But you meant that you're not in here to just ask questions like you said previously.
No, I have to explain to you because, again, I'm just explaining it, and now you're arguing with me. You're literally arguing with me.
You do this to me. You let me on your platform, and you're not exactly asking the specific questions that I want to answer. Oh, no.
Mel, you're the one making it 2v1 because you're debating with me, dude.
This is a bad look for panel hosts.
Mel, listen. I was just steel manning the situation. You're saying that fascism is the great replacement theory. You're saying...
No, I'm not.
give her what you want.
You literally said the great replacement theory is an example of fascism, and I'm just explaining. I'm explaining the great replacement theory, and then you asked me a question.
Wrong about my positions. The fact that you can only be wrong about my position should be a good indicator for you that you're probably wrong about a few things.
I'm not okay. So you're saying that because Trump and right wingers are pushing the great replacement theory, that's not fascism, correct? Did I get it wrong?
That alone is not fascism.
No. Is it fascism or not?
That alone is not.
We're taking one component at a time. Is that fascism or not?
So does being red?
Can you answer the question? Is that fascism or not?
Does being red make something an apple?
So again, can you answer I'll answer my question. I'll answer yours. I'll answer your question after you answer mine.
I actually already did, idiot. Does being red make something?
No, you didn't answer it. So again.
Yes, I did.
So again, you said I'm strawmanning you. You said that I was strawmanning you.
And you're pretending like I didn't answer you when I did. Does being red make something an apple? Yes, last time.
Is this guy crazy, dude?
Fucking answer me. Does being red make something an apple? Yes or no?
No. So again, now answer my question. Already answered yours. I said no. Great. So again, is this a component? Hold on. He said, "What's the fascism, bro?"
Hold on. Are you okay over there?
Couldn't it be possible that someone who's a fascist does use critical race great replacement theory?
Critical race theory? I agree with that.
I am CRT certified.
Not everybody who talks about great replacement theory is a fascist. Wow, fucking logic! It's so hard when you're a dumbass.
Okay, so again, what was a fascism? That was the reason that we're.
He said great replacement theory, and then he said no. So I don't know what it is. He won't answer the question.
Jake, I'm actually going to side with Mel here. If you're going to be the moderator, then
that doesn't mean becoming hyper focused on only the words that bother you.
No, just dude. If that's your,
Jake, let's reset. You said before. I mean, okay. Technically, you didn't say that you were going to answer Jake's questions, but you did say you were going to answer my question. So let's just go. Me and you. Jake's going to take his cigarette. It's just me and you. All right.
No, wait.
You got to hold on. Slow down.
Idiot. This is the host fault, you fucking bootlicker. Why aren't you mad at the host for interrupting the conversation? I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you mad at the host for interrupting the conversation?
I just told him that that's not a good thing to do and to let us have the conversation. Maybe if you're paying attention, then you fucking understand that.
Well, you were probably talking over me, but I missed that.
So again, I'm asking you, what is the fascism that the left is reacting to?
So when the populist right, stop me when I use words that are too big for you, right? So when the populist right centers everything around nationalism and says the nation is under attack by things such as great replacement theory, wokeism, and what they say we need to do is put all of that power into the single authoritarian charismatic leader, then we are starting to do something known as approaching fascism. Do you know what approach means? I just want to make sure about that, because that's a key.
Maybe not. So approaching means that you're not there, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Because I'm not describing everything in your detail. No, I just haven't described the Trump administration in every detail yet.
What is not approaching fascism? I'm asking you, what is the fascism? We can get into discussion. I don't love everything that
those things I described turn into a reduction of civil liberties for the American people, and a positive, which I mean active political legislation, which enforces fascist ideals such as nationalism.
Okay. Again, I'm not being facetious. I'm genuinely trying to understand you. So are you saying that nationalism is fascism?
No, not all nationalists are fascists, but all fascists are nationalists.
So maybe he's a non-fascist nationalist?
No, because he does all the other things that fascists do.
What is the fascism? I am just asking that same question.
I'm answering you right now. He does other things that actually make him even more aligned with fascism.
Such as?
It even more. Pointing to great replacement theory and woke ideology as enemies of the state and talking about how we need an authoritarian set of solutions to remedy it.
Okay, so talking about the Great Replacement is fascism.
What was my answer last time? Do you think that might apply here?
I honestly don't know. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Maybe I'm stupid,
you're really bad with cognitive flexibility.
All right. Sorry, I'm not as smart as you, but I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. What is the fascism? You keep saying things, and then I say, "Oh, so that's the fascism," and you say, "No, that's not fascism." I say, "Okay, so what is the fascism?" And then you say this. I say, "Oh, so this is the fascism." No, that's not the fascism. Okay, what's the fascism?
That's too big for your small brain.
So Mel, really quickly.
So I need you to dumb it down for me.
So really quick, Mel, can we take it one point at a time, please? 1 point at a time. You mentioned fascism. The Great Replacement theory is a component to fascism. Cool, it's a component. Let's talk about just that one component first. Prove that first, and then we can move on to the other topics. That's what I'm trying to get to. This is why I said let's define it.
You agree? Well, to start, do you agree H-Man was a fascist? I'm not saying that that's the benchmark. I'm just asking if you.
Yes.
H-Man? Oh, you mean H-Man? Yeah, I got you. Yeah, he was a fascist. Yeah.
Okay. So when he was saying that Jews are coming to replace us, do you see how he was using Great Replacement theory?
That's okay. So you're saying what? Okay, fine. All right.
Let's say yes.
Let's say yes.
That's where the whole blood in the soil thing. So now do you see the parallels that people on my side are pointing to?
Okay, so you're saying because okay.
No, I don't.
Go ahead.
Can you tell me what those parallels are?
So the parallels are pointing to immigration as a form of Great Replacement theory instead of just Jewish people, because at the time the only difference was Jewish people ended up making the majority of immigrants in Germany versus Mexicans being and South Americans being the majority of immigrants in America.
So again, maybe I'm wrong. I'm asking, I'm not telling, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just trying to understand. Are you saying that because H-Man had some ideals that may also align with the way that there's too many people coming into our country today, that by having those that through line, that it is fascism?
So if I'm giving you the totally honest answer, there are differences between fascism then and fascism we would see today, just fundamentally. But the more parallels Trump has with H-Man, the more he's approaching fascism in general.
So we're not at fascism. We're just approaching fascism.
Well, no, Trump has been enacting things under legislation that would actually bring us there.
So really quick, we're gonna go back to the panelists really fast. So I think that was a lot. So we got more or less the conclusion there. A lot there. So
I didn't mean to, but
no, it was a good convo. Now we kind of get it. So in other words, you would say when Democrats call Trump Hitler or Hitler-like, etc., that would be accurate, right?
Well, yeah, more accurate than saying Biden.
Okay, so that's a good thing. We should be calling Trump H-Man and Yahtzee and all those other things.
Well, like I said, fascism that we see today will be different in many ways from fascism then. These parallels will still be there. And so it can be misleading if you just end if your thought about it ends there is all. As a guide of how much are we approaching fascism as we know it, then it's good. But we can't just stop. We can't stop passing it there.
Do you think the vast majority of college kids that you're preaching this fascism to understand the difference between what you're talking about and reality?
Well, many of them are in political science courses. So yeah.
Oh my.
Wow.
So then why do you approve of their violence then?
Wait.
If they don't understand the concept here.
No, sorry. I thought he asked if they would understand it. No, they would understand it.
Oh, they would. Okay.
They're the right age to understand. That's why we teach. That's why we offer them political science courses at that age.
So can I ask you another question real quick, kind of pertinent to the discussion. Can you give me an example of someone on the left? The left's example of a Charlie Kirk, and when I say that, I'm not saying a politician or someone from Hollywood or someone that committed a crime or was in the process of committing a crime and getting arrested. I'm talking about someone on the left that just went out and engaged in conversation with people that got smoked out because of them having differences of opinions. Can you give me one example of that on the left?
No, but I don't think that proves anything. Because, like, as we were pointing out before, with like statistics on violence and stuff like that, these things very much, when you look at them as a whole, like the literature review I posted, clearly states that like almost all of the violence is right leaning. I don't like, honestly, fucking average.
If all the violence is right leaning. Wouldn't you have an example of that on the left, though?
Yeah, the literature.
Wouldn't the right have already done a Charlie Kirk incident?
So Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, he's kidnapped,
still alive,
and held hostage. And
he's look, dude. Like I said, he wasn't.
Can you name an example?
I was not politically motivated, and as we said in the beginning,
politics to Charlie Kirk.
Can you point to any example of the right doing that kind of violence?
Okay, I just realized my microphone was muted a lot this entire time. No, I have a question about this because nobody seems to be able to answer this on the left. What constitutes violence in those statistics that you're seeing? Because the left are constantly saying there's more violence on the right than there is on the left. I don't know anybody who actually sees that happening. What constitutes the violence? Is it violence in your words? Is it violence in action? Is it actual physical violence? What actually is the violence that they're like actually using in these statistics?
So it's politically motivated violence, people who are acting based on violence.
Okay, so if it's politically motivated violence, then isn't it just not the same as somebody being shot in the neck?
I'm not done. And particularly, we're looking at extremists on both sides because, you know, obviously, you could say a cop is doing politically motivated violence in some instances. And I would.
Okay, so every cop is right wing.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. That's the issue. So obviously, you need extremism to be a component of it too. Political radicalization at the very least.
Okay, so that being the case, you're not necessarily saying when people are using that statistic that there are more right-wing shootings or there are more right-wing people going in and doing mass killings, and that's what's playing into the statistics.
About mass killings, I said what they do is they encourage mass shootings by taking advantage of people with poor mental health,
right?
And so them mad at things that they shouldn't even be mad at.
People, when conservatives are sitting
up a school is a solution to everything.
Okay.
Well, if your argument is people with poor mental health, why are we trying to normalize people with poor mental health now?
I don't know what that means. The left is the side that actually
exactly what that means.
The left is the side that actually encourages something like paid mental health care without you having to pay for it, right? But you all push against that.
What you said means absolutely nothing.
You don't push against Medicare and socialized health care, which would then give people better access to mental health care.
It literally does not address anything.
Fascism?
It doesn't address the comment.
Is it fascism to not want universal health care? Yes, no, maybe.
I don't know why you're asking that because it doesn't apply to me.
I'm specifically asking you, do you think that being against universal health care is fascism?
No, stop doing that. This is a stupid question.
Stop doing what? I'm just trying to understand what the fuck you think. This constant victim mentality. I didn't say you think this. You think. I didn't yell. I didn't make any funny noises. I specifically was calm and quiet and said, "Okay,
here's the question.
You know who else was for universal health care?
Then you wonder why I get louder because you talk over me as if.
Here's how to ask the question you're trying to ask.
You know who else was for universal health care?
Here's how to ask.
He was also.
Here's how to ask the question you're trying to ask, by the way, Jesus. Would a fascist be against universal health care? In which case, the answer is yes.
That's a different question. I'm very aware that a fascist would be against.
Okay, there you go. Then you have your answer.
That's why I'm asking you a different question. I'm not going to ask you questions to which I already know the answer. I'm asking you because I'm trying to understand what is your fucking up mind.
Stupid prizes. Play stupid game.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Playing a stupid game that deserves death? Are you serious? How fucking extreme are you, man?
Yeah, no, you're definitely not trying to misquote me.
These are the people that are telling us.
You're definitely not trying to misquote me because you're a fucking liar. You're definitely not trying to misquote me because you're a fucking liar.
These are the people telling us.
Aren't you the one earlier that said?
Yes, I agree.
Imagine waking up every day. Imagine waking up every day.
No, you need to shut the fuck up when it comes to that.
Really strong.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
All right, guys.
I am so sorry.
All right, guys.
Because
No,
a man,
this
a father,
motherfucker
is
earlier
dead.
was literally this motherfucker earlier was literally trying to say that things could be implied by what somebody was saying or not saying, and then wants to get mad when people apply that same logic to the things they are or not saying. Are you fucking
Because
serious?
it had nothing
You
to do with the
hypocrite.
definition
It
I
ain't
gave.
no wonder you're a fucking dude that thinks you're a woman.
Yeah.
You're fucking
And you're
delusional.
disingenuous as fuck.
Crazy. You need to go
Yeah.
see a fucking
And
head.
you're a bad debater who can.
You
This
need
is the
to be
best you
taking
can
some
do.
kind of medication.
And you're a bad
People like
debater.
you are the fucking
And
issue
you're a
in
bad
this country.
debater.
All right, all right.
To be a bad debater.
All right, guys.
I actually agree. I don't think we need to make fun of the craziness of the
Oh, yeah.
trans thing. No, it's
So-
No, it can't hurt
Okay.
me because I'm a good debater and he's not, and I'm on a
Okay.
debate show, which means I'm winning and he's not.
Mel, you're a great debater. Really quick, Cassell's been quiet, and I know I always go to him because it gets wild here. Cassell's been quiet and he's patient. Go ahead, Cassell. Thoughts here, man.
Oh, God, I don't even know where to begin. I just came back from a crazy one-on-one, and I'm like trying to figure out where my voice makes sense. I don't know, Jake. Where do you give me like a
Well, because like originally, I'm trying to figure out like the claim here, right? Fascism is
Right.
the fascism that Trump does and his people is the reaction of their violence, right? Which I'm like, it's a good question. What's the fascism exactly? So Mel says,
so I think Lutch.
yeah.
I think I spoke about that, but then I think Mel Lutch got into it. But what I was talking about before were the instances where people took Trump's words and what he was saying back in 2015, even today, is like fascist rhetoric. So if you want to address those points, and again, I could say like saying that certain journalists shouldn't be able to be in the West Wing,
or Hillary lock her up, right? That would be considered
or lock her up or whatever.
Okay.
Like those things. Like if you want to address that, and then we can go off that combo for sure.
Okay, so then now we have something here, like a component. So we can focus on one component here. So here's my question. Here's my question here to the right wingers here is, let me ask you this. Is Trump's rhetoric, lock her up, grab her by the pussy, I mean, the list goes on, right? The good people on both sides, whatever the case is that rhetoric leaning towards, is that fascism? Is that something that's a component that the left should kind of react to, however they're kind of going about, right? I think that's a component that we can kind of go on. Really quick, TVT, member for 7 months, says fascism is based. Thank you so much for that. That's kind of funny. That's trolling.
That's a really okay. I hope they're trolling because otherwise, if not, it is really.
Yeah, dude, trust me. They troll, dude. Here on VO, yeah, they're like that.
They're dead ass about fascism.
Yeah, really quick. Adam says, Mel, would a fascist want state control, state-controlled health? I think it means healthcare.
So I'm going to give a very nuanced answer, and it's because I don't want to misstep here. So first of all, as I pointed out, they would not want socialized healthcare, and I think that very much aligns to things. Old fascists, especially for the Aryan race, would try to enforce healthcare and being as healthy as possible. I think fascists today kind of look at it under the same lens that neoliberals do with like biopolitics and necropolitics, and how can we kind of use these things to control the masses.
Okay, like more government control. Okay, I get you there. I get you there.
Finally, something I can agree with Mel on.
If you know about biopolitics and necropolitics, you can see how it's both like a neoliberal thing, but also something fascists might want to exploit.
Okay, fair enough. So I want to go back to Cassell. I'm sorry.
Wait, I have a question. I do need to go actually because I need to go out and get food so I can take my medication. Not psych meds, just to be clear, people.
Vitamins.
Just the hormones.
For
the Flintstones vitamins. No, I'm kidding.
I'm asking mostly Indian Jesus and Angry Snowman here because I do have limited time, but we've talked the most. Do you have a definition of fascism we can go off of? Because it's not, and holding me to a standard that you don't even have.
All right, can we? I'm sorry, Indian. We can't hear you.
Romtech is like blowing into the mic or something.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna mute. Yeah, he's muted. Okay, Indian, you're good. If you want to answer that, or Angry Snowman, you got to unmute yourself. Yeah, there you go. So a definition of fascism that Melanie can go off of. You there?
Test. Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You go.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so Melanie was asking like a definition of fascism that Melanie can kind of go off of.
Well, but shouldn't you be the one defining? You're the one talking about fascism. So that's
my point. My point is you're holding me to a standard that you don't have, right? So just you can either admit that or give me a definition of fascism.
I mean, I would just I don't have a comprehensive.
You just don't believe it exists?
But yeah.
Sorry, no, I misquoted you there. Go ahead.
I don't have a comprehensive definition, but I think we're generally talking about governmental forces that are authoritarian and the opposite of what we want in a democratic republic.
That could be a dictatorship too. So I don't understand. Angry Snowman, did you want to respond? Because I do really have to go, and I don't.
Yeah.
I just have one final point to
go for it.
I think it'd be more convenient for you to just define what you're talking about because you're talking about fascism.
I did.
That is.
I've always been understanding that fascism is full-on government control.
Okay,
it's basically communism all wrapped up in a pretty bow.
I mean, you can define that also as like tyranny and authoritarianism. But my point is, in general, I've been experiencing a lot of performative strength, a lot of performative integrity, and a lot of performative consistency and confidence. I meant to say confidence there because every time that I get pushed in a corner, I'm willing to stand my ground. I'm willing to be consistent. And back what I say up with sources and stuff like that, I've posted plenty of them in the side chat and no one else really has. When they do stuff, it's all about not understanding stuff, hyper-focusing on single points. Folks, it should be clear to anybody who actually watches debates who the really confident person in this was and who was the bunch of babies being like, oh my God, you can't define fascism even though you did it 10 times. You know, that's purely performative. That's all.
Was I a baby?
I think I criticized your hosting.
We were all
hosting as
biased. Was perfect, and everybody is bad. And
Indian Jesus. It was my question to Mel. Right. Mel, was I a baby here?
I wouldn't go that far. I would say your hosting was biased. I would say
fair enough.
I would say that still applies, but you've also been somewhat gracious in various ways and done things that I also like. So you're not the worst.
Okay.
Not by any means.
I just want to point out that I didn't say anything inflammatory or, ad hominem towards you until you started attacking me with
That's fine. Oh no, yeah, no, I wasn't necessarily accusing you of anything along those lines.
Can I actually point out one last thing before you leave, Mel?
Sure.
Okay, and this is.
Wow.
Okay, I did not kick him out.
No, I'm
not a fascist here.
No, that's the meme. They blew my mind. They're like I have a criticism for you, and they show and you know what they did? They showed me how it's done. They're like just walk away next time, bitch.
Okay. Okay, maybe that is. I didn't kick him out. Just saying, I'm not a fascist here. I want everybody to talk. But fair enough. But
okay,
any last?
Yeah, I do have to sign off. I want to let you all know. I've had a change of mind. I am your man now, but I go by a different name, and so it's a very particular name. Fuck, how did I do this last time? Sorry, it's a certain sign off bit. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna have to rethink this. It's a whole thing where I call myself Disappearing Man, but then I disappear halfway through. But I forget how I set it up last time. It was
I'm
funny.
sorry, guys.
Oh, it's all good, man.
Yeah, you can. I'm here, so you can ask it.
Go ahead, go on a sec.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. You, Melanie's still here. He'll address whatever your question was.
I thought it was Melvin.
Okay, Melvin's still here.
Did you lose Gomtek's audio? Oh God, Gomtek.
Yeah.
You there, bro? Or no? I guess not.
Dude,
there you go.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, now we can.
Go.
Okay. Last thing is, Mel, just practice a little bit more impulse control. Like, honestly, like, you would come off so much better if you would just allow your enemies to make the mistakes and then respond. Like, you're not wrong. You are a decent debater. But you got to be able to have the conversation. And you can't do that if you're just constantly interrupting. That's the only thing, like good faith criticism.
It goes both ways. I have 2 pages worth of notes. I will even send a picture. So I did that when they did that. And you're sitting here. Indian Jesus is sitting right there. So yeah, so I am going by Disappearing Man now, and in case you're wondering where I get my name, what I do is
yeah.
There you go. Mel finally got it. He's like, I go by this name, Disappearing Man, and then he Okay, got it,
Well,
bro.
gave her just enough time.
George Manning, thank you so much.
Go ahead, Indian. That's for you. Go ahead and read that one.
Thank you so much. Start Manning said, I've been going down a rabbit hole on the Baptist Church. Gotta tell you, extremely racist history. Leaders, perpetuation of white supremacy.
Oh, shit. Yeah. That's a white man playing guitar right there. It's a white man playing guitar.
To that super chat, I mean, it wouldn't be that surprising, though, being that, most Baptists are from the South. The Southern Baptist is a real thing,
Mm-hmm.
And what was in the South, I mean, we had slavery and, plantations and all that shit. I could see the Baptist church being rooted in some white supremacy or whatever.
Okay, well, fair enough on that. I want to get back to Cassell. Cassell, you made a claim earlier, and I'm sorry we didn't get to it, but you were talking about Trump's rhetoric. And Trump's rhetoric is a component to, is it leading to fascism, or is fascism the rhetoric exactly? Like, what do you mean by that?
So I first off, God bless her, Mel, but she's just not representative of where I come from on the left. And not to say she's a bad person or anything, but like, I'm not saying Trump is a fascist. I would say some of his rhetoric is leading towards there. So to your former point, using the prior examples I was giving, and I can give more about what he's doing today. But yeah, if we can talk about that, that would be great.
Okay.
So what you were saying, though, Jake, I was going to say, I wouldn't necessarily say that what Trump is saying is fascistic. Now, is it presidential? Is it like unbecoming of a president to say
probably not?
Absolutely, dude. There's some times where Trump just needs to shut the fuck up.
Sure.
I mean, straight up. And
but wouldn't you agree
to that?
Wouldn't you agree that also like Joe Biden saying that he's going to take Trump behind the bleachers and beat his ass or beat him up? I mean,
I don't even necessarily think that's being fascist, man.
No, I don't think any of that is. I don't think any of it is. But is it unpresidential? That's my question.
Unbecoming to the office. It really is.
Okay.
The president is supposed to have, a certain stature to himself. He's supposed to embody everything that the American experience is supposed to, symbolize.
Right.
He's basically the grand marshal of this big ass parade we live in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if he's out here, acting like a clown, then obviously other people are going to see that in a unsavory way.
Sure.
But to your point, Starch, is people are seeing that on the left and saying, wait a minute, this guy's saying all this crazy shit. So Joe Biden's going to go ahead and say, I'll take you behind the bleachers and try to ramp it up. So back to my original point is like, this is all escalating off of Trump because they're seeing him win with this. So why wouldn't they try to win with that same rhetoric?
So you think they're mimicking it? Mimicking?
In a way, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think
similar to like how the right is mimicking the cancel culture. Because again, it creates results, right? Is that what you're...
So here's kind of a theory of mine. So I think the left, without winning the presidency, has won the culture far longer than the right has.
Oh, big time. I would say since the 60s, bro. Since the 60s, they won the culture.
I would give you that all the way up.
I can only say...
but I'll give you the left won the culture all the way up until the Kirk shooting. I think the Kirk shooting is actually a sign of
I don't even think the Kirk shooting necessarily, although I don't know if that's going to help, but I think we're starting to see maybe that start to shift now, and the right is starting to become more of the counterculture. Like, I always think about this example, like back in the 80s, even early 2000s, 90s, you had the Westboro Baptist Church, right? Those crazy people who kind of represented a part of the right. And now what the left is they are representing what the Westboro Baptist Church was today, and kind of that screaming at you, cancel culture type activity that normal college kids are saying, like, dude, you're a loser. I don't want to be like you, trying to cancel people for stupid things. So I think the left went too far. And I think we're starting to see that in younger voters. I don't think we're seeing, younger voters don't tend to show up and vote all that often. But I think what Kirk was trying to get at and start to create a movement for was trying to push more of those younger folks to the right. And we may see that at some point actually turn into real votes in the future. It's hard to say. But I think we were starting to see that a little bit.
So I actually too. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, man.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Castle, just because I've not really heard many people on the left admit to the fact that this is a result, and it is just basically it's a reaction to what has been going on from the left. So when there's a lot of talk about fascism and Nazism and all that stuff, I mean, I personally, as a centrist, am seeing some things that I'm not comfortable with. I voted for Trump, but I'm a centrist. And I'm not comfortable with some of the stuff that he's doing, but I still look back at it as no matter what, personally, I'm still going to blame the left for letting it get this crazy in the first
So that's where, so that's where I disagree, is that I've compartmentalized the two, where I disagree with people on my side, and I really don't even align with a lot of like far left ideology, but just like mainstream leftism.
So you're more of a moderate, you would say.
Yeah, you're reasonable. Actually, the chat was also saying that you're good faith, and like this guy's.
Yeah, I try to be. I think a lot of people have really burned the left who do YouTube and social media stuff. So I totally get why. But I think the problem I have is I can still look back and say what represents my values is policy. At the end of the day, I just care about policy. I don't care about. I care about rhetoric, but at the end of the day, I just want someone who will enact policy that I like. And I think a lot of Trump voters do too. But the problem that I have with people who are like, oh, the left has pushed me into being more right wing, is where I'm like, they don't have to make you vote for Trump either. Like, obviously you can stay on the sidelines, vote for third party. But I really don't like the attitude where it's like, oh, you're making me vote for an authoritarian. It's like, guys, we don't have to vote for an authoritarian either. And so that would be my point, where it's like the things Trump are saying, you're like, oh, it's unpresidential, but it's not even unpresidential. They are authoritarian things he's saying about the First Amendment, which are scary. I think they should scare people.
And I can also say as well, Castle, like that mindset and people who are taking it from the mindset that you are going to be the thing that saves the left. I mean, if anything, they need to be able to come back to more of what you're talking about, modernism, but more policy too. Instead of just screaming at the sky at how horrible Trump is and all of that stuff. People just aren't listening anymore. That's why we're getting the kind of reactions that we are right now. We've heard it for so long. We just can't deal with it anymore.
Yeah, I thought I was going to come on this panel and be the soft,
fuck no,
guy on the right, because I'm in the position that we do, in fact, like I said in the beginning, we do in fact need to turn the temperature down. That the right is also guilty. The main thing is the same concept, and my viewers will definitely know. I bring up this article all the time from the Atlantic. I think it was 2022 or 2020, somewhere around there. And the Atlantic, the same organization that was involved in all of the rhetoric that we hate. We don't need to go there. But they were like, we need a pandemic amnesty. And it's like, oh, like I can say that. I can say that as someone who you made a second-class citizen. And then if I'm like, okay, you know what? Look, it was a crazy time. I'm willing to let it go if we can just move on. That's one thing. But you don't get to be like, oh my God, you're horrible. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. You should do that. Maybe we should just forget about that. Like, what? That's not how this works. And it's the exact same thing that's happening right now. That the left has been ratcheting. The right has also, in response, been ratcheting. But it's the left that is clearly more vitriolic with this. And again, it's more about the reaction from the average left-wing voter. Where yes, we can talk about the rhetoric of Trump. We can talk about the rhetoric of Biden, but what I'm more focused on is the average everyday person who's willing to not only feel happiness at the death of Charlie Kirk, not only think that is okay, but post that online and think that is something that should even be out there, or that wouldn't get that kind of backlash. I completely agree. Everybody needs to chill the fuck out. Nobody wants a situation where people are out in the streets just gunning down people because they're wearing a red hat or because they voted differently or whatever. Nobody wants that. But the point is that we've been trying to prevent that. We've been trying to sit down at the college campuses and talk to you people.
Debates.
And this is what happened.
The one thing too about the Charlie Kirk shooting, like, you guys can't see me right now, but I'm a brown man right?
Yeah, I saw you earlier.
But it isn't the left that I was afraid of when that happened. It was the right, because I knew that this is going to be a situation that's just going to push it further and further along, and the next person after Charlie Kirk is probably going to be worse. So, as a brown person, that does worry me. I'm more worried about what the right is going to do after something like that happens. And that's what I don't think that the left is thinking about. They're not thinking, what is the reaction to what we're going to do? They're just thinking, we're going to do it and win.
You have to remember the people on the left who are doing this are not people going out to vote for Joe Biden in 2020. These are folks who are trying to ruin this country with leftist ideology. And I think it's bad and I think it's wrong. Like, we can all agree that what happened to Charlie Kirk was, the first thing I tweeted, not even when it was announced, I said whatever happened was horrible. I think, you don't have to be some self-righteous human to even think that. So I totally agree with that, and the ratcheting on both sides. The problem that I see on the left coming from a moderate is that we elected Joe Biden in 2020 as that kind of guy. And he was labeled the socialist, the guy who was going to take, your guns away, similar to Obama. And now we lost in 2024. And the candidate that we're looking at choosing is going to be more left than Joe Biden was, not even just policy-wise, but rhetorically. Who knows if they'll win or not? So I don't even know if trying to push back the party left even worked. That's the scary part, is we had Joe Biden in office, and that didn't get people to calm down.
I agree, because the right is going to be better at this game of the strong,
the violence,
the violence. And I'm, not me personally. I'm a little dude. I'm a Jersey. I know guns or anything, but. We're talking about generally. That's not a game, and that is, on my. I did a couple different streams on Charlie Kirk specifically, and people were saying, like, enough is enough. We tried to debate them. We tried to do this. Now we need to. And I'm like, no, we don't want to do that. Maybe in your mind that seems like, oh, we're just gonna go take them down. That's not how it's gonna play out. It's going to be someone that you love. Is going to die, and we don't want that.
Do you think, hold on, did you guys see the Destiny situation where he's over there in the Unfuck America tour, and he had about 2 or 3 MAGA guys not even fucking willing to debate him, which I don't blame them, but them actually saying, you're a piece of shit, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. This is what led to the Charlie Kirk shit. Because remember, Destiny would go out and fucking change my mind. He did that shit all the time. He never had that reaction until now. He's saying that right-wingers need to fucking be fearful. They need to fucking fear going out there and doing this rhetoric. And now all of a sudden, after the Charlie Kirk situation, you have fucking right-wingers coming over there and saying, "You're fuck you. You let your wife get fucked by other guys. You're a fucking mag, right? The fucking this right here, faggot. Because they're saying that shit all the way around, bro. They're saying that shit all the way around. So again, do I blame them? This is the result here for them, right? They will go over there and heckle your ass, but they're not burning down shit. They're not burning down shit. They're going there and saying, "I'm done with this debate shit. You're a faggot." That's their response.
Not yet, anyway.
We all know that if this would have happened to like a Ben Crump or, a Michael Eric Dyson or something like that was out, just talking to kids on a college campus.
Or Destiny, yeah.
Or Destiny. If this would, let's just do that. If this would have happened to Destiny or Hassan Piker, we all know that there'd be riots in the streets right now.
Yeah, big time.
I don't know. Do you think they're really that big?
Well, I think they're big enough. Yeah, I think they're big enough to get some.
It doesn't matter.
It's not about
matter. It doesn't matter if they're that big or not. It's a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and that's all they've ever
influential.
Needed.
They may only influence one, whatever percent, but the percent that they talk to are, again, a cult-like. So, guys, let me
ask you what. Well, first off, was George Floyd that big of a person?
That's true. He was a nobody. Yeah. Nobody knew who the George Floyd was. I was about to say that too. And look at what happened there.
We spent a year and a half living under the the totalitarian destruction of the left because of George Floyd.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do think that that's a good point to say that he wasn't somebody who was well known in the government or state governments did recognize him. I'm just saying from that level. I'm not saying that them dying is a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying I don't think the government, like Charlie Kirk right now, he's having I think his body is going to be in the halls of the Capitol or something like that, or they're honoring him in a very large scale way that I don't think a honor Destiny would be on the Democratic Party.
I agree. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't put him in Arlington.
So, Castle, can I ask you a question that was not going to be able to get a good answer while Mel was here? And fair, this is a genuine question. So, do you agree that if it were to make the right be in the position of like, all right, let's slow things down. If there was a genuine sentiment on the left that like, okay, mea culpa, we were doing a lot of this, we were doing a lot of that, we take a responsibility for that, but then after that, then also you guys too, specifically saying us, we did it, but okay, now we all need to chill.
I think that would definitely help, but it would have to come from leaders in Congress. It would have to kind of be like a public event almost, and I don't see anybody in Congress doing that, whether it's Democrats or Republicans. That's my point. It's like I just don't know who that's going to come from. What leader's going to do that?
Castle, I'll tell you this. That's a great question from Indian Jesus. I would say, okay, if the politicians did that, they said, okay, look, this is our rhetoric, fine. Now we need to calm it down. I would say this: the influencers, which by the way, they have more influence on public opinion than the vast majority of politicians. Yep. If Destiny sits there and says, no, these fucking Democrats are stupid idiots, we shouldn't be doing that, we shouldn't be taking blame for any of this violence, etc., which Destiny has doubled down on multiple occasions. Hassan has done the same thing. I seriously don't think that enough politicians is enough to get that violence away.
Well, you're not going to like my answer to this then, because the answer really is to get these private companies to clamp down on that, and that could be a violation of free speech. But that's really the only thing I can think of, because otherwise, it's arguable that you could say Destiny's not going to stop, or Hassan's not going to stop, or whoever right-winger is not going to stop.
Castle, you're we can't hear you, bro.
I heard him.
You muted out.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear him.
No, I hear him.
I can't hear him. Is it on me?
Yeah, I think that's you.
Must be you.
Oh, it's just me.
Castle, wouldn't you say it's safe to say that, all these private companies like Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, they already censor people anyhow and violate their First Amendment rights? I mean, they censor us already in the terms of service.
I think that they do have kind of subjective rules in how they do that, yes. But I think, to Jake's point, it's clearly gotten worse, and these folks are still able to say these crazy things online. I mean, the folks who are saying this stuff about Kirk on Twitter every day, again, Elon's very free speech, so this was what he wanted, but at the same time, it's not really helping the the political calm down that we want as a country. So that's where it's like I don't know what to do.
Do you think maybe some of these social media platforms maybe ought to start taking some of these threats a little bit more seriously then, and actually looking into it, rather than just letting, picking and choosing who they want to idly skirt by with disgusting comments or terroristic threats or threats of violence or political, upheaval? Don't you think that rather than focusing on people that are just giving an opinion about something, they actually ought to focus on the threats? I mean, because every single one of these incidents, you could say even with the Kirk one, you can go with January 6th, you can go with the Whitmer thing, you can go all the way to 9/11, you can go to the Oklahoma City thing. Well, maybe not the Oklahoma City thing, but all these, maybe not 9/11 because the internet it was kind of in its infancy then. But all these things that have been happening as of late, there's always some kind of online thumbprint, some kind of online, trail of where people were making this there was either a group of people or some kind of, something put together where they were literally talking and engaging in this thing. And then said thing happened. And everybody's like, well, maybe we should have, mentioned this or said something about it or took it serious. And then it all gets put into this, political scope to where they're trying to sow division and make it seem like it's right, left, black, white, Well,
let me posit this for you guys, because one of my things that I've noticed a lot of when these events happen after the fact too, is you have these accounts from Russia, these accounts from India, these accounts from China, who will create accounts and they will sow this division further to make it seem like the right is saying evil things or that the left is saying evil things. So we have countries and bad actors out there who are trying to pit us against each other, who are trying to make us hate each other, and it's making the situation worse. So I think social media platforms they must have the ability to bring down bots, bot behavior, accounts that aren't verified, things of that nature, because that's also making the situation way worse on social media. Ever since, the internet has exploded, and social media and X and TikTok and all that, things have just gotten so much worse with the vitriol and the rhetoric there. So we have to do a better job as a national security issue, I think, at this point, because it's not getting any better.
And actually, and forgive me for using you as the token leftist right now, Castle, but I don't really get to have these kind of conversations with good faith leftists anymore. But
yeah, bring it on, throw it all at me. I don't care.
And if you're a good faith leftist, you should join the Indian Jesus Discord so that we have more people.
Yes, please.
Sure,
Jesus.
I will join.
But I do want to ask, so just personally, all of my conservative friends, I did not see post one single hurtful, horrible thing whatsoever, even during any kind of the supposed right-wing violence that we see. They don't condone it. They don't go against it. They don't say anything. But as soon as the Charlie Kirk thing, I'm not kidding when I saw that every single leftist friend that I had was posting about how great it was. Now, I'm just wondering, what do you think is the main cause of so many people coming out in droves, just celebrating this?
So I think and I don't know how old you are. I'm not saying that I'm aging myself here at all, but a lot of my friends on Instagram who just where maybe I grew up or whatever, they're definitely more liberal, but nobody had posted anything bad about Kirk in that way. So
I think that actually is somewhat relevant, how old we are, because I'm 35. And
I'm 39.
I'm 30.
Okay, and so angry.
Yeah, just the only reason I bring that up is because I feel like a lot of younger people, especially college age folks, are definitely lean even more left, and I feel like here's how I think of it. If you're younger and more apathetic to politics in general, is that a lot of these folks don't even like the Democratic Party, and they're even more left than the Democratic Party is right now. And a lot of them don't feel like they have hope, similar to how Trump voters felt under Obama or even under a Biden administration. And they feel like they have nothing to lose at this point. And so I'm not condoning it or saying that they're right. But the only reason I can think of for somebody to have this type of attitude toward death or for violence is because they really don't think that their life is going to get any better and nobody's looking out for them. That's the only thing I could think of, because it's obviously not something a normal person would think of throughout the day. And when I was 18, I didn't care about politics at all. I was seeing if the Cardinals were going to make the playoffs or, something, what concert I'm going to go to next. And I feel like politics has been ingrained into us at a younger and younger age, where you have these stars who are 10 years old showing up at the DNC or the RNC, and they're like, I'm going to be the next, whatever Fox News host or whatever CNN guy. And that guy's like, bro, you're 10, go out and play on the playground for God's sakes. So we're indoctrinating our kids with politics at this early of an age, and it's warping their brains to that they think one side is evil and the other side is good at such a young age. It's ruining their concept of how we get together.
Well, and that's part of what I was wanting to get at, but even going deeper than that, I personally think that it has a lot more to do with, and maybe a lot of lefties would disagree with this, but mainstream media and mass formation psychosis. There's just, it seems like inundation consistently and every single day about how horrible everything is, especially under Donald Trump. And anything that he does is just going to be horrible. And so it is causing people to act out further and further and keep on pushing the needle. And it's just, it makes sense that something like this happened with Charlie Kirk at this point, when you're pushing those kind of narratives for so long.
Sorry to interrupt.
Really quickly, guys, I hope you can hear me. My headphones went out, so I have to kind of go in and out with the speakers here, so that way it doesn't echo through the mic. But we can do. Can everybody do another 10 minutes, and then we can call it a show, etc. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so
sure.
we'll shoot it out here. Just FYI, I'm going to be listening to you guys on here with my mic muted, more or less. All right. So continue here. Sorry to interrupt, Kessel.
No, all good. I was just going to say, I think mainstream media was and is a problem, and that has led to kind of these third-party political commentators, podcasts that are sprouting up that people trust more. And I think those people are also more polarizing. You know, when you talk to a Charlie Kirk or a Destiny or Hassan, they're not your mainstream. Even if you believe that what they're saying is right or true, that's not what Fox or CNN was talking about 20 years ago. I mean, if you go on YouTube and see what CNN was doing or Fox was doing, it's not even remotely the same today. So mainstream has failed us. It's led us to these other people, but those other people who are now kind of like their own self-journalists, they didn't go to journalism school, they didn't really start out in this field, are becoming the people, folks that people listen to now. Joe Rogan, people on that side, whether you find them entertaining or funny, is really how people start to get engaged with politics now. And I think it's just kind of poisoned the well in that regard too. So it's tough to say who people can trust anymore.
So you're saying
really quickly, sorry to interrupt. Really quickly, that is a very good point, because I'll tell you this: CNN already did a documentary on Destiny about his Unfuck America tour shit that he's been doing. So CNN has actually is now putting Destiny. This was before the Charlie Kirk situation, but nevertheless, CNN is still pushing Destiny within that mainstream as well. Just FYI on that. But before we do that, really quick, Adam, right here, Morty is the only one I agree with. Thank you so much for that. That's towards you, Indian Jesus. God bless. All right, so that's all I wanted to say on there.
One more gets Morty peanut butter, guys. One more super chat of any donation on my channel gets Morty peanut butter. So
I'm not in the super chat, so somebody better do that.
When you say Morty, I'm thinking of Rick and Morty, and if that's what you're talking about, Morty's based.
Oh, Snowman. By the way, I had to say this to you from Raging Tomato. It's not a dad bod; it's a father figure.
Right. Dude, that's a great play on words right there, man.
Yeah. And like I was saying earlier, I expected to come in and be the person that's like, hey guys, we all need to calm down. And everyone's like, no, we need to go fight fire with fire. And I understand both aspects. There is definitely
I'll be honest with you, Indian Jesus. When I saw you, I was expecting you to come in and be a soft ass fucking conservative too. I'm just saying. But you know, I used to get the same thing when I was your age, because I had long hair and I was a musician and into art and stuff. So people automatically thought that I was, you know, this either way extreme liberal or some soft ass middle of the ground dude. And I've always kind of had conservative beliefs. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not so conservative that I don't agree with some of the things from the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? They do have some policies that make sense when they aren't trying to take rights away.
Yeah, completely. I mean, I like I said, I used to be like a default liberal. I wasn't really into politics, but I was definitely, interested in the issues. And I always found myself more on a liberal side of an issue. But once I got into politics and I started learning the reasons why all this stuff plays out the way that we see it in culture and society, then it's like, oh, okay, there's a reason that that happens, even if it's mean or it's not nice or any of that stuff.
There's one thing that I've noticed too, man, that nobody ever really seems to address when it's brought up is, a lot of the leftists, they always want to bring up this argument about school shooters, about Dylan Roof, and all these mass shooters always being whiteness, that and the third. And nobody ever disagrees with that. And the other thing that's never, ever mentioned is none of us ever defend any of these people either. It isn't like we're getting up on our perches and on our soapboxes trying to defend or stand up for these people or try and justify why they did what they did. Most of us on the right, we sit and disavow, like, that's a piece of shit. He needs to be buried under the fucking prison. You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference between the right and the left. And, the right will actually acknowledge when a piece of shit is a piece of shit and needs to be dealt with like a piece of shit. Whereas the left will sit and try and turn the fucking, the person, the victim into the aggressor and make the perpetrator the victim.
100%, bro. By the way, another super chat comes in for you, Indian Jesus. Can we talk about the text message? Hello, fellow kids. I don't know what he's talking about there.
I don't either, but thank you so much for getting Morty his peanut butter. Oh my god, look how happy he is.
I needed to get a dog as well in the background and be like, yeah, it's gonna go towards my dog and not me. Just fucking give it to my dog here. I need to do that.
No idea how much money Morty has made Lutch.
Yep.
That's actually you're prostituting your dog and
he's a good grifter, bro. He's a good grifter.
Abusing him just like, sorry, dog, you don't get no peanut butter.
It was all empty.
I've fed him every single day for the last 15 years. In the last year, he had some wild shit going on. He's 15 years old, so he ain't gonna last long. But he had a fucking seizure, bring him to the vet, pay him for his fucking medications. He can chill. He's good.
Yeah. How's his hips and shit doing if he's 15 years old? You having a hard time getting around now?
No, I mean, it's surprising how sprightly he is.
Really?
I mean, he has an issue with his a valve in his heart, but I mean, he just fucking. I call him Puppy for a reason. He's still.
You've had that dog since you've been out on your own, ain't you?
Yep. Halloween 2010. Me and you, bro. Jeez.
Damn. Right on, man.
Anniversary's coming.
That means when that dog's not around, we might want to check on this guy because he might not be okay. He may not be well.
I am going to need you guys. Oh my goodness, it will not be a good.
There you go. I have a cat that I've had for 10 years, but if he dies, I'm kind of like, well, I'm sad, but he fucking leaves fur in my couch and he scratches up shit. So
you better hope that cat dies. You better hope that cat dies before you do.
Yeah, I do hope on that, man. He's 10, but he's still like, he doesn't look like he's 10. Like he walks around, he's good. No hip problems. I've never had to take him to the vet, nothing.
Yeah, all I have is 2 damn kids that just scream all day.
Dude, I got 3 of them. I've been trying to auction them little bastards off for like the last 10 years, man. I swear to God.
Bro, first world problems over here, bro. Oh shit, did fucking Cassell fucking leave out? All right.
He did.
He's like, screw you guys and your conservative.
He's a good guy. Okay, there he is. So I thought you just shot out for no reason. I was just like,
in case we lose you, I do very much appreciate you being on the panel, and it's I hope it is very clear to everybody out there that your arguments, your positions were severely undercut by the way that Mel behaved in the types of points that she brought up.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And Jake, I was going to say next time I'd love to have like the same people and we can talk a little deeper because I know we have like a time crunch, but I feel like it'd be a great conversation still.
I think so too. Cassell, do you have me on Discord or anywhere I can like reach you, man?
Yeah, so Twitter, Twitch, Discord, I can send you all my stuff.
Okay, can you give me at least the Twitter? I'll add you on Twitter so that way I can have you there at least, and then you can send me the rest.
Here.
Yeah, put it on the back chat. There you go.
Cassell is a perfect representation of why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Cassell, I just followed you right now, so that way I can keep in touch with you, man.
As did I. I very much appreciate the ability to have different. I mean, that's the entire purpose of my channel is having different opinions and being able to communicate. If we can't, if we just get into yelling matches and like, hey, I can do yelling matches if we want to play that game. But if we want to move the country forward, if we want to get better at being a society, then we have to be able to talk. So,
I'm sorry.
Dilly to Castle.
I'm sorry, Jake. I tried to control myself, but Melanie gets under my skin.
Bro, you did a good job though, man. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I tried my best because the thing is, I am still trying to moderate, but at the same time get answers out of Melanie.
What you don't like being cut off every 5 seconds?
Yeah, it's hard, bro. It's hard. And I was being really nice because as a moderator, I'm trying to be as nice as possible. But as a debater, I'm like, I will talk shit. I would say, shut the fuck up. I'm glad somebody did it for me because I don't want to lash out like that as a moderator. As a debater, I'll do it, but not as a mod.
My problem with Mel is the fact that he literally he that's all he cares about. He won't answer anything direct. He's always constantly worried because he's constantly worried about getting backed into a corner he can't get out of, and he has to have this. I won the discussion. It's not about having an honest discussion with people. Right. You can have a debate and still be honest about it and have an honest discussion. I mean, if you're doing this, for some kind of, intellectual or some kind of new age, philosopher and actually have discussions about philosophy, then you got to be honest about it.
Right.
You know, the point that I made when I first came up here, and I still stand on, Castle, he didn't do this. Mel was the only one. Everyone on this panel was able to concede to certain things and give a little and give, you know, just to allow the conversation to go. Whereas Mel refuses to concede or give anything. I mean, won't give an inch, a millimeter, a centimeter, anything, because they got to, you know, they got to stand on that thing for whatever reason. And with that, I don't think that you can have an honest discussion, nor are you actually trying to engage with any kind of real trying to come up with a solution for anything. And lastly, why the fuck is this person so, you know, involved in American politics when nothing that's going on in America affects them in Canada?
Yeah. By the way, Mel's Canadian, FYI.
She's Canadian?
So, yeah. Mel's Canadian.
Oh, my goodness.
Really quick.
Any of this LGBT whatever legislation that he's complaining about is never going to affect him.
I thought Canadians were supposed to be polite.
Yeah, definitely not with Mel. But really quick, Adam with another $2.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cassell is cool. Never put Mel on again. Look, I'll tell you this. Mel.
No, bring Mel back.
Mel's been really good with me. Like Mel, every time I ask Mel, hey, can you make it? Mel's always been respectful outside of, you know, the internet, etc. and dialogue there. Mel's always been good. Yes, me and Mel have fucking.
You're lying, dude. You're lying. Mel has never been respectful on any.
Never. He's ever been. Well, I'm talking outside of this.
We all trying to get clips. So hey.
Yeah, I'm just talking outside of you know, online dialogue.
Hey, real quick, I know this is off topic because I hopped on Instagram real quick, but am I the only one that thinks as Mila Kunis is getting older, she is getting sexy as fuck?
Yeah, you're probably the only one. I haven't seen her lately, but
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure she was. But I guarantee that she still looks amazing.
She probably still does.
Fucking drop, dude. She is even more gorgeous as she gets older. Holy shit!
I mean, maybe she's fine wine.
Don't vote for Trump because she's going to get deported. Don't do it.
You guys remember that? I'm gonna
That's some motivation right there.
I mean, look, it'll suck, but you know, I'm America first, always.
There you go. I'm also getting deported, by the way. I'm a Hispanic,
hey, Jake,
so
you got Instagram?
Yes, I do.
There's my Instagram.
So, I'm half Romanian, but I'll still somehow get deported, I bet.
I'm sure you will,
is
bro.
a U.S. territory, but somehow they'll still just be like, nah, that's still too close.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I will tell you, I will be getting deported at least later this year, probably. At least that's what the left tells me.
Dude, the bottom line is if you're a border jumper, you deserve it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, which I'm not. I was born here, but the left tells me I'm still getting deported. Yeah. The left tells me I'm still getting deported, so who knows? Whatever.
That's because
we know that they know about
the majority of the left lives
more
off
than
beer
we do.
porn.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean,
just followed you.
They've been screaming the sky is falling for so long, and the sky is yet to fall, man.
That's true.
It just hasn't fallen enough yet. One day you'll understand that I'm right.
Hey, next time the debate, we'll talk more about it, but it's not looking good, guys. Not looking good.
Not.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk more about it.
I don't ever really see the right wing or what people consider the right or the conservative right or whatever. I don't ever see there being a instance where you will see them get up and go to arms. I don't foresee it ever happening. They talk a lot of shit. Look, dude, I used to be in a militia for like 10 years, dude. I was part of that movement. I was all over. And look, most of those motherfuckers are all talk. Seriously, they're all talking.
That's probably a good thing, right?
Look, dude, as soon as the police or the feds or somebody knocks on their door and starts questioning them about shit, they get inactive real fast.
But that's my point too. We are a good people. We're a good country. It's just certain people don't want us to be, and that's the problem. Is those extremists that are trying to take us, tear us apart. And I think for the most part, conservatives and liberals can live together in harmony. But people don't want that. Certain bad people.
That is the true utopia.
Yeah, we'll see on that. But you know what? I'm going to get last thoughts on everybody before we call it. Indian, last thoughts on the show. I hope you enjoyed it, man.
I had a great time. I do think that this is, an interesting conversation and one that needs to be had.
Yes.
I don't think that we're going to be getting a lot of information on this, so the level of speculation is obviously going to be through the roof. But there is absolutely objective aspects of the conversation that we can see that again, if we are putting this into a left-right paradigm, which is a whole other conversation that doesn't really belong there, but it does fit, and it is clearly the left that is exacerbating things more, and the right may be reactionary, both in rhetoric and even in violent instances, but it is it's always a reaction. And so my message is everybody chill the fuck out. Don't let them win. The whole don't get triggered by the leftist that you're going to go and shoot somebody. We have the better ideas. We know that we have the better ideas. People who are starting to see this stuff, largely because of people like Charlie Kirk, are starting to see we do in fact have the better ideas. And it's not mean. It's not any of that. And I have faith. As the atheist, I have faith.
That's true too. You're an atheist. That's another component there. You're not even a Christian.
Nope.
Damn conservative atheist.
Grew up as one, but MAGA atheist. I do believe if we stand on our principles, that it may not be easy and it may not come without losses. Charlie, everybody on the left is quoting the Charlie Kirk quote about how some gun deaths are necessary. And I don't think that if we could talk to him right now that he would disagree with that. I think he would, maybe not happy, but honored to be one of those deaths that allows the rest of us to see that these, gun control is bad, that gun violence is obviously bad, but that the two are not directly connected, and adding gun control does not take away gun violence. And if we can just get to talk to each other like we were able to do once Mel left. Again, a big shout out to Cassell, not Cassell.
Yeah,
Cassell.
Good. A big shout out. I really, really, really appreciate when people can do that. And people were making fun of me for matching energy. But again, as soon as if you are there to have a conversation instead of win an argument, then I think that is a much better way to go. And that's really what my whole channel is about. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, dropping new videos every single day. Come on over, and again, the Discord community that I built is it's small, but we're getting there.
Oh, by the way, the link is in the description, guys, so you can join the Discord. It's all of his information is in the descriptor, so go ahead and follow him on everything there as well.
Yes, and I see a couple new people. Thank you, thank you so much for joining. I really want to, the same way that Charlie built Turning Point, not necessarily going to be the same exact thing, but we need to be a collective, and that doesn't mean we need to be a cult, but we need to have common goals, and I think we're doing a pretty decent job at that.
There you go.
Thank you, Jake, for having me. I really appreciate this.
Of course, bro. And by the way, D's Ohio Nuts says not an atheist, and he's throwing up, bro. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him, dude. I don't blame him, man. Atheist, right. Come on.
One day you will see.
One day you'll be a Christian, bro. I'm confident in that. All right.
I spent 20 years as a Christian.
All right, you're gonna go back. You'll go back one day. I promise. Angry Snowman, last thoughts on the show.
Yeah, man. I just want to shout out Castle as well, and Indy and Jesus. You both actually came to the table, had a discussion, which I'll be honest with you, engaging with you younger cats, man, sometimes it is a challenge for us Gen Xers, to be honest with you, because I mean it's like cats and dogs fighting sometimes, and always talking past each other. So I respect it. I'm with you on the whole thing about, I just wish people would come and actually have discussions rather than try and win arguments. We have this wonderful technology at our hands right now, and I think that we're doing a disservice to people like Charlie Kirk by not utilizing it to its full potential, and actually playing basically folly to what they want us to do, and that's sit on here and argue and sow dissension and pass on a bunch of rhetoric and, argue and fight and convince people that the second coming of Jesus is coming and we're all going to die soon and all this shit. I think it's sad that there's a lot of people out here, honestly, that are trying to justify a man being gunned down in front of the whole world just because he wanted to talk to people.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's wild in and of itself. It really is, and to compare Charlie Kirk to any other instance in America is disingenuous. Never have we watched anybody. I mean, at least us, the people that I'm talking to right now, us that are alive, we haven't witnessed anything like this before in our life, where someone was just trying to have the conversation with people and got shot just for having a conversation.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, people were worried about free speech. I mean, they literally murdered free speech right in front of our eyes. And that's how we need to see this on both sides. Nobody should, in my opinion, nobody should be celebrating this. This is a loss all across the board, and I think that everybody should see it that way. Dude, yeah, I think, and be honest with you, Jake,
mm-hmm.
From what I know, I've been following Charlie Kirk for probably about 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Since he got big early on. I actually met Charlie Kirk one time, and that was when I was at the RNC in 2016 in Cleveland.
Oh, wow. No kidding.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
And I honestly believe that I don't think that he has a problem with the way he went out, other than the fact that his wife and kids had to witness it.
Yeah, that was horrible.
You know what I'm saying? Because in all honesty, he went out standing on what he believed in, still having the conversation, and still standing strong in his faith.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what else can you ask for? Other than to go out doing the very thing you thought that you were put on this earth to do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I get you, man. I get you. Very, very good on that. By the way, okay, so am I pronouncing your name right? Gumtech or Gemtech?
Guantech.
Guantech. There you go. All right. What's your thoughts on the show? By the way, thanks for joining in, bro.
No, thank you for having me on. And sorry to come in so late and be the third wheel, basically yelling at Mel. But there were some things that I had some very major issues with and needed clarification on. But the show is great. I love hearing debate, even if it is devolving into just screaming matches. But if there's one thing I think that people should definitely, actually, before I get into my last thoughts here, can I actually end on a riddle?
Yeah, go for it.
Riddle.
Okay. Lutch may have heard this before, but if there's two guys on a boat and both of them have a cigarette, but no lighter, how do they eventually end up smoking?
If they're on a boat,
they throw one cigarette off of the boat, so the whole boat becomes one cigarette lighter.
Wait, what? Maybe I'm too stupid to fucking understand this Riddler over here, because what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, what?
Yeah. I'm just going to say your IQ ain't high enough for this one, Jake.
I guess not. I'm brown and slow here, so it's got to get explained to me.
Cigarette lighter.
So if he had two cigarettes and he throws one off the boat, that means the boat is now one cigarette lighter.
Oh, one cigarette lighter. Oh, I got it. That was a pretty good one. I like that one. That was a W, bro. That one went over my fucking head. One cigarette lighter.
I like to end with a joke and with smile, so that's that. But the other thing I'll say, I'm going to quote my favorite thought leader, if you want to call him that, Jordan Peterson. The best way to not be woke, whether that's on the right or the left, is to tell the truth, or at least don't lie. And everybody needs to focus a lot more on being a window and not a fucking mirror. The only way we're actually going to be able to have movement. So be transparent. Don't be a reflection of everything you see. But yeah, that's about it. Not really big on YouTube or anything like that. Just
follow me.
Yeah,
there you go.
Follow Lutch.
I already gave you a follow, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Angry. I didn't even put your shit in the fucking chat. Okay, there you go. Well, your Instagram. Do you have before we leave off? Send your YouTube channel. I got to get that. I always try to put everybody's content here so that they can follow.
Man, they can find me. All you got to do is type my name in the search bar, man. Angry Snowman, Roman numeral 2. Just like you see me in the chat. If you type that in the search bar, I'm the only one that comes up.
Yeah, he is. Okay, I got it right now. I was just like, oh yeah.
And trust me, I'm polarized enough in the space that my name will pop up.
That is true. That is true. Angry Snowman is a pretty polarized figure, as I've said before. Cassell, go ahead. Last thoughts on the show, man.
Yeah, similar to Guam Tech. Appreciate you for having me on late notice, but it was really a great conversation, and to Lunch and Angry Snowman and Guam Tech too. It was really great talking to you guys, so I appreciated it. I guess, I didn't have an opening, but in terms of the topic at hand about some of the political rhetoric and what happened at Kirk, I think we all agreed, or at least I agreed with you guys about the way it happened was abhorrent, and the way that some people on the left have even reacted was not good for kind of toning down the temperature. But to my main point, I really hope, and I genuinely believe this too, and I'm not trolling at all, that Donald Trump is the person who can bring this country together, and I hope he does. I just don't know if he wants to, and I think that was where I'm coming at with my side. I really hope he does, but I just don't know if he's thinking about that as a top priority, but I hope so. I hope one day we do figure that out, because as a people, it feels like we're so at each other's necks right now, and it doesn't seem like any other side wants to give an inch. So I hope that changes. I hope things get better. But we'll have to find out in the meantime what or who can help us get there. But to Jake, I think you did an excellent job moderating.
Thank you.
I'll point that out, because there were a lot of moments where even I was agreeing with Lutch that you should mute Mel, and I was just like, do I even say that about my own debate partner? So I couldn't say it live.
Don't even tie yourself to her like that, bro. She was just another lefty on the panel.
But yeah, you did do a good job, and you weren't, I didn't feel like it was a 3-on-2 or anything like that. So I'll give you props there.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I really appreciate that. Again, I want to put more people debate shows at least once a week and bring in as much voices as possible. The problem is that it's really hard to get left-wing people on, man. It's fucking difficult.
I can come up and pretend to be left if you want.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, fuck it. Just for showing shit.
I can come up here and just say some of the most outrageous, slanderous shit you've ever heard in your life, man.
Oh God! All right,
yeah,
we could do that.
Reach out to me, Jake. You have my
yes
Twitter now, and also if you want to shout it out in the chat too, I'd appreciate.
Oh yeah.
it.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get you so that we can get Castle's Twitter. Castle, you don't have a YouTube or nothing like that, right?
I did YouTube like a year ago, but then my day job I've been so busy with work. It's hard for me to get onto streams during the week. It's usually weekends I'm most free. So I kind of gave up on YouTube. So it's not something I Twitch, if you want to give that out, I can get to you. And then also I think I owe you my Discord too.
Shout out to TikTok. It is so much easier to be a creator on TikTok than it is on YouTube. That is one of my.
That is true,
man. Bullshit.
Yeah. Jake, I was going to say that
somebody confiscated my TikTok, man. Like I can't even get access to it anymore. They changed the fucking email, phone number, and everything to it.
But in general, Jake, I think that in terms of getting people to debate, there is we're at a place where the right is bifurcating, and I do think that you get things about like. Is Trump doing well on the Epstein or stuff like that, where people on the right will be able to show up and disagree. I think that's kind of missing.
Yeah, get more
I think
Trump's
stance on the Epstein thing's pretty sketchy right now. Like
it is.
Like what? And Jake, I've been calling that out since you first even addressed that. Remember, like, dude, this ain't looking good on you, dude. Like, what's really going on? That you said you campaigned on releasing that shit. Now all of a sudden it don't exist.
We had an entire stream on that when you were on there. Yeah, we had an entire stream on the Epstein Trump thing.
Right.
And that's one big criticism that I have with Trump as well. I think a lot of MAGA people are like big time. But yeah, man,
the Zionist ties are just a little too much for some.
That's 100%, dude. The Zionist ties with Trump, but nevertheless, all right, that's a whole other conversation in itself. All right, we're gonna end it there. Indian Jesus, thank you for stopping by. Of course, Angry Snowman, Gemtech. Am I getting that right again?
Gramtech,
whatever the fuck. Thank you for showing up. Graham Tech, I'm gonna. You're definitely gonna come back in an open panel because you're gonna be watching the show, man. And then of course, Cassell, I already got you on X as well. And there's an after party on the Indian Jesus Discord. If you guys want to go over there and have some convos with Indian Jesus, you can do that as well.
Yeah, get your free pass before once the stream ends. Then you got to be a channel member. So
go ahead.
You
got to be a channel member after that. Actually, I'm going to shoot it out one more time so you guys can follow get into the Discord before we shoot out and join up with Indian Jesus. All right. So you don't have a Discord, get one and just jump in there. Have some convos with Indian Jesus because
I wouldn't mind talking to the guy, but Discord is fucking dumb.
Where should I go then?
Yeah, that's the shit to have convos outside of the stream stuff. So we can say like the F words,
censorship,
slurs,
the word and the C word and the N word.
Yes, the N word. We can use the N word, bro. Get excited.
Both F words.
All right, I joined your damn Discord, man.
Hey, no, Angry Snowman gets his disciple role that allows him into the Let Us Speak voice channel where the after party has already started. I see a couple people in there already.
There you go. All right, ladies and gents, I'm gonna shoot out the stream. By the way, I'm gonna be sending you over to Jess White. She has open panel, so anything like that, it's her show. I don't know what she's doing over there, but she usually has that. So she's an Australian, and just be nice to her. That's all I gotta say. All right, guys. With that being said, God bless, and I'll see you guys in the next Project VO pod. Peace.
See you guys.